Almighty God, we give thanks to you, the creator of the universe, and humbly beseech you to direct and prosper the deliberations of the members of this house here assembled for the advancement of your glory and the trust and welfare of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Grant that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be established among us for all generations. Amen. Amen. Namaste.
Oath or affirmation, announcements by the Speaker.
Honorable members, I have received communication from Mr. Rodney Charles, MP, member for Naparima, and Ms. Anita Haynes, MP, member for Tabaquite, who have requested leave of absence from today's sitting of the House. The leave which the members seek is granted. Honorable members, as you may be aware, Mr. Alfonso de Lima, former Member of Parliament, passed away on Saturday, April 2nd, 2022. Mr. de Lima served as the Member of Parliament for Port of Spain North East during both the Third Independent Parliament from 1971 to 1976 and the First Republican Parliament from 1976 to 1981. I now invite honorable members to pay their respective tributes to Mr. de Lima. I now call upon Member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Government of Trinidad and Tobago, and in particular as the currently elected Member of Parliament for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, it is my privilege and honor to share a few thoughts and words on the illustrious career and life of Mr. de Lima, Alfonso de Lima Jr. Mr. de Lima was born on August 20th, 1939. He was married, had 5 children, and went to St. Mary's College, which I was pleased to see, being an alumni myself. He also attended Belmont Boys Intermediate, now known as Belmont Boys Secondary Catholic School, and Mount St. Benedict College. Mr. de Lima's family came from Venezuela to Trinidad and Tobago, and they made an indelible mark on Trinidad and Tobago, and in particular Port of Spain, where I am sure most citizens in our country, and certainly every constituent of Port of Spain, is familiar with Y. de Lima, the jewelers. His family were the founding members of Y. de Lima. But today, our celebration of his life was that in the early years of our independence, Mr. de Lima served as an elected member first in the Third Independent Parliament for Port of Spain Northeast, which then became Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West. And during that Parliament, he served from the 18th of June 1971 to the 19th of June 1976. Mr. de Lima went on to be further elected to our first Republican Parliament on the 24th of September 1976, serving until the 18th of September 1981. He was in the House of Representatives for the Third Independent Parliament during the years 1971 to 1976. He debated a number of bills, and I think it is important to put on the Hansard for his family and the Delima family as we thank them here today for allowing Mr. Delima the service that he gave to Trinidad and Tobago. Two quotations from former members of Parliament who knew him. The first is from Overon Padmore, who said of Mr. Delima, he was not a person given to flights of oratory and that sort of thing, but when he spoke from the heart. You can tell when you're listening to somebody who's just uttering rhetoric or one who's sincere. He spoke from the heart, and that was always evident. He was a man given to service virtually at all levels. And what a glowing tribute. And then from Mr. Errol Mahabir, who said of Mr. Delima, a very, very good member of Parliament. He was very, very concerned about his constituents. In his speeches, he made it clear that he looked upon the interest of his constituents. And today we celebrate his life as a former parliamentarian and someone who would have played a role in the formative years of the House of Representatives. We thank his family for allowing him to contribute and for supporting him during those years. And I'm sure after he stopped sitting through the Y. Delima Jewelry franchise, he continued to contribute. In fact, in today's Guardian newspaper, you will see another story that is somewhat related from a former employee of Y. Delima, who actually is attributed to fixing the maces that we now have in both houses after the debacle of 1990. So today, Madam Speaker, it gives me great pleasure and it's an honor as a current sitting member for Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West, and on behalf of the government and people of Trinidad and Tobago, to celebrate the life of Mr. Delima. Thank you.
For point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the opposition, we bring condolences to Mr. Delima's family, and we would like to pay tribute to the life of Alfonso Delima Jr., former Member of Parliament for the Port of Spain Northeast in the 3rd Independent and 1st Republican Parliament. Today we pay tribute to a man who was distinguished as he was dynamic. We pay tribute to a man who in private life, while keeping his family business alive, created one of the greatest business entities in our nation. While in public life, he defined what all parliamentarians should strive to be, fighters for those they represent. Today it is important that we read his favorite quote into the Hansard, because his words loudly echo the moral foundation upon which these hallowed halls are built. He said, and I quote, "Do as much as you can possibly do for your constituency, and never give up on them, because without them, you are nowhere. They are your bosses, and we are not their boss." End of quote. As an MP in our 1st Republican Parliament, it was individuals like Mr. Delima who through their service ensured the wheels of democracy began rolling in our nation. For this we stand grateful in this 12th Parliament. While he left our Parliament decades ago, his words should remain the inspiration for decades more on the future MPs who will one day sit within these special chambers. Mr. Delima, grandson of the iconic jewelry proprietor Y. Delima, has also had his dedicated passion firmly rooted in the economic development of this nation. His involvement with the Living Waters community showed a man who was committed to spirituality and humanity. We have lost a good man. On behalf of the opposition, may his soul rest in peace. I thank you.
Honorable members, I too would like to pay tribute to Mr. Alfonso Terrence Delima Jr. During his tenure in this House in the 3rd Independent Parliament, Mr. Delima contributed to many debates. These included debates on the National Insurance Registration Bill 1971, the Trinidad and Tobago Music Festival Association Bill 1972, and the motion to approve the throne speech of His Excellency, the Governor General. He was also appointed to numerous committees, including the Public Accounts Committee, the House Committee, and the Special Select Committees on the Mechanics Lodge Bill, the Chiroptimists Club Incorporation Bill, the Bethel Evangelistic Missions Incorporation Bill and the Moravian Church Inc. Bill, amongst others. Mr. De Lima also served on the Public Accounts Committee and the Special Selects Committee on the St. John's Ambulance Association and Brigade Inc. Bill and the First United Church of Jesus Christ Apostolic Inc. Bill, among other things, during the first Republican Parliament. Throughout his life, Mr. De Lima was a serviceman. He served this country on the macro level as an Army Cadet Force officer, second lieutenant, and as a government backbencher in Parliament under the tutelage of the late Dr. Eric Williams. As an astute businessman, he used his influence as a member of Parliament to assist those in need, both in his constituency and those visiting his business for aid. During a parliamentary broadcast feature on the profile of Mr. De Lima, many of his associates and family friends collectively described him as a humble, friendly, and very approachable man. Mr. Overend Padmore, a former parliamentarian and friend, described Mr. De Lima as a man of service rather than a man of self-aggrandizement. Mr. De Lima's focus was the people and his constituents, as he believed that the citizens were integral to the success of an elected member of Parliament, because without their support, the fight would be futile. From this, we can conclude that he was not haughty in his approach to politics. Rather, he was inclined to modesty. Mr. De Lima dedicated his time after political life to charitable causes. His later years were devoted to working with the Living Water community, and he even engaged his family in assisting him with charitable work in and around the city of Port of Spain. I take this opportunity to express my deepest condolences to the De Lima family during this time of mourning, and I pray that Almighty grants them peace and consolation during this time of bereavement. I now ask that we stand and observe a minute of silence as a mark of respect. May his soul rest in peace. Honorable members, an appropriate letter will be sent to convey our condolences to the family of the late Mr. Alfonso De Lima.
Bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers.
Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and good morning to all. Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lay the following papers. 1, the ministerial response of the Ministry of Health to the interim report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on the response of the public authorities to the COVID-19 pandemic in Trinidad and Tobago. 2, the ministerial response of the Ministry of Education to the 4th report of the Joint Select Committee on Local Authorities, Service Commissions, and Statutory Authorities, including the THA, on the inquiry into the role of NEHRST as it pertains to the development of the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics STEM sector in Trinidad and Tobago, first session 2020-2021, 12th Parliament. Thank you.
The Minister of Labour.
Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lay the following paper. The administrative report of the Occupational Safety and Health Authority and Agency for the period October 2017 to September 2018. Thank you.
The Minister of Planning and Development.
Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lay the following paper, the annual report of the Environmental Management Authority for the year 2020.
The Minister of Rural Development and Local Government.
Thank you. On behalf of the Minister of Rural Development and Local... No, sorry. Sorry, I forgot about the... Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lead the following paper, the administrative report of the San Fernando City Corporation for the year October 2016 to September 2017.
The Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lay the following papers. The annual reports of the Freedom of Information Act, Chapter 2202 for the years 2011, 2012, 2013, 2019, and 2020.
Reports from committees.
The Member for Tunapuna.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have the honor to present the following report. The fifth report of the Joint Select Committee on Local Authorities, Service Commissions, and Statutory Authorities, including the THA, on the inquiry into the efficiency and effectiveness of the Criminal Injuries Compensation Board. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Minister's questions, urgent questions, questions on notice, questions for oral answer.
Leader of the House.
Thank you again very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are 19 questions for oral answer. We'll be answering 17 out of the 19. We ask for a 2-week deferral for questions 143 and 144. On answers for written questions, there are 8. We ask for a deferral on questions 61, 79, and 123. Thank you very much.
Leader of the House, could I get those questions again for the deferral, please?
For oral, deferral for questions 143, 144. And for written, questions 61, 79, 1, 2, 3.
The Member for Oropouche West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 122 to the Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts.
Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In October 2021, the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts began a process of consultation with carnival stakeholders and event promoters, including the National Carnival Commission, Trinbago Unified Calypsonians Association, Pan-Trinbago, the Trinidad and Tobago Carnival Bands Association, the Trinidad and Tobago Promoters Association, representatives of Chutney Soca, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Digital Transformation, IGovTT, the Ministry of National Security, the Tobago Festivals Commission, and Corporate Trinidad and Tobago. Regular stakeholder meetings, online surveys, and focus groups were undertaken to determine, among other things, the safe reopening of the event sector and the possibility of staging Carnival 2022. In light of the continuing pandemic and within public health protocols. Following several rounds of discussions, the submission of proposals by the various stakeholders, and the receipt of survey responses to the Ministry's circulated survey instrument, most stakeholders were in agreement that it would be inadvisable to attempt to host Carnival in 2022 in the way we are accustomed to, with a parade of the bands and open events in light of the ongoing pandemic. And therefore, a number of scaled-down Carnival-type events would be possible and doable. Following the announcement by the Honourable Prime Minister, the Ministry convened its first Carnival Working Group meeting made up of the same stakeholders previously mentioned on January 19th, 2022. Carnival 2022 events were therefore planned and hosted on a limited basis within the parameters of the current public health regulations Termed a taste of carnival, these events were safe zone type activities at safe zone venues for vaccinated persons only, safe zone type events limited to 50% capacity with controlled entry and exit points and sanitization upon entry in accordance with the public health regulations, and concert type shows and productions such as soca and calypso concerts, calypso tents, extempo and chutney competitions, steel band concerts, carnival king and queen shows, and carnival theatre. While value for money was considered, and is obviously an important consideration in determining the effectiveness of public expenditure, there were further considerations involved in the decision to host a Taste of Carnival in February 2022. Considerations such as the safe reopening of the cultural and event sector while still in the midst of the pandemic, the economic stimulus to aid in the recovery of the entertainment and event sectors, the provision of employment opportunities for many during the scale-down festival, the provision of opportunities for artists and cultural workers to practice their craft and earn during the period. So the short answer to the question is yes. The Carnival Working Group, which includes the relevant stakeholders, informed the government's decision to host the Taste of Carnival. And I'm also happy to report that not only was the Taste of Carnival a success, but now more than 25 days following the hosting of the Carnival events, there has been no significant spike in COVID-19 or disruption to our health services.
Can the Minister then advise, given the level of consultation he just described, what was the estimated cost at that time of consultation, at the end of the consultation, of hosting this Taste of Carnival event? What was the estimated cost?
There was no estimated cost with those stakeholders. Those stakeholders just indicated what types of events were doable and what they were willing to undertake at that time.
Minister, the question was not whether sorry, member. So what was the cost then of hosting these various events under the rubric Taste of Carnival?
Member, I would not allow that as a supplemental question. Your question was about consultations, and I allowed the first one in the context of consultations. But having regard to the response, I don't think that disqualifies as a supplemental question. Do you have another question?
That's it.
Member for St. Augustine.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Question number 125 to the Minister of Public Utilities.
Minister of Public Utilities.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, statements that were made regarding low water pressure in the Bamboo area on February the 7th, 2022 is unfortunately not true and perhaps misleading. The supply to the Bamboo area is a 24/7 water supply, and it is derived from the Water and Sewerage Authority's distribution system. As such, WASA maintains pressure in the area of 33 psi, pounds per square inch, which is normal for such distribution system. It is important to note that because of the 24/7 nature of the supply, WASA's distribution pipeline systems to the Bamboo area are not boosted and therefore may not always meet the extremely high pressures that are sometimes required by the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Services for firefighting purposes. And having regard to the nature and the intensity of industrial fire, Madam Speaker, which can involve the burning of highly flammable materials in a confined space and within buildings that may not meet the requisite fire codes. However, WASA remains committed to working closely with the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Services by ensuring water availability in relation to the installation of fire hydrants by the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Services, and to respond swiftly, as in fact it has done in such situation, in the unfortunate events which occurred at Bamboo number 2. In this regard, WASA holds biannual meetings with the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Services, at which issues such as the integrity of the hydrants and mitigating strategies to meet any challenges are discussed. Postmortems of fire incidents are also undertaken to glean lessons learned for closer collaboration.
Supplemental. Can the Minister indicate what, if any, mitigating strategies the Ministry of Public Utilities plan to implement following the loss of those 9 businesses in Bamboo?
Minister of Public Utilities.
Madam Speaker, the question was asked with respect to the operations of WASA and the supply of water in the firefighting effort. The Ministry of Public Utilities is not responsible for firefighting efforts. WASA's responsibility is to ensure that water is available to support firefighting efforts.
Member for Barataria-Sanwan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Can the Minister indicate whether or not, according to the postmortem report that he referred to, if it attributed the low water pressure to hindering the firefighting efforts?
Well, I'll allow you a supplemental question, but having regard to the question that was asked originally and answered, I suggest I would not allow that question. You may wish to rephrase it and ask a further supplemental question. Member for St. Augustine.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Could the Minister kindly describe for us what system, if any, you have in terms of managing the existing relationship between the fire services and WASA for the maintenance of hydrants and to ensure adequate supply and adequate pressure in various areas?
Minister.
Madam Speaker, I hope I can respond to the question that I believe that I'm being asked. The collaboration between WASA and the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Services is a continuing collaboration. And as I've explained a short while ago, when incidents of such nature occur, the collaboration continues to ensure lessons learned, to identify weaknesses in response time, etc. It's clearly, as I've indicated, the distribution system at Bamboo, it is not a transmission system. It's a distribution system, and therefore the PSI level that is responsible, or rather that is appropriate for the distribution system, is well within these 36 PSI as I've explained. However, there are some challenges regarding the Bamboo community, and those challenges are outside of WASA's remit. It is a development issue, it's a planning issue, and I expect that the Ministry of Planning and all other government agencies, including WASA and the fire services, will continue to work with all the stakeholders to respond to those challenges.
Member for St. Augustine.
Another supplemental?
Last one.
Yes, so my last supplemental is, does WASA, or the Ministry of Public Utilities, have recommendations to the Ministry of Planning concerning this situation?
Okay, so member, I would not allow that as a supplemental question. Member for St. Augustine.
Question 126 to the Minister of National Security.
Minister of National Security.
Madam Speaker, according to information received from the Commissioner of Police, as at February 28th, 2022, there were 1,796 closed-circuit television cameras installed throughout Trinidad and Tobago. Of this number, Madam Speaker, 1,063 were fully functional, with 733 considered to be either not fully functional nor indeed functional. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for St. Augustine.
Can the Minister indicate what plans the Ministry of National Security has to get those 733 CCTV cameras operational, and by what date?
Minister.
Insofar as the date is concerned, Madam Speaker, I am unable, for obvious reasons, to say so. reasons that I thought would be quite obvious to our friend on the other side. But insofar as what we will be doing about it, this is an ongoing exercise. As cameras become dysfunctional for one or of 1,000 reasons, they are on a routine basis repaired and made functional to carry out the jobs that they are anticipated to do. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for St. Augustine.
Madam Speaker, you have a second. Madam Speaker, maybe if I rephrase the question, it will help the minister.
Just 1 minute.
Yes.
Members, I'm standing. The question was asked and answered. If you want to ask another supplemental, you are entitled to do that. Okay? Member for St. Augustine.
Madam Speaker, does the Ministry of National Security have plans to install additional CCTV cameras in addition to the ones described by the Minister?
Minister.
Most certainly, Madam Speaker.
You know, camera you install.
Member for Point of Care. Yes?
Madam Speaker, to the Minister of National Security, the 733 cameras that are not functional, could you describe if it's in key hotspot areas?
Minister of National Security.
Madam Speaker, I am unable to provide an answer to that question at this time. It depends, of course, on what is considered a hotspot area and by whom. I am unable to answer that, Madam Speaker.
Member for St. Augustine.
Will the Minister be able to provide a breakdown of the areas that these non-functional cameras are in?
Minister of National Security.
Madam Speaker, I'm tempted to say that some people may consider the conglomeration of our friends a hotspot, but I wouldn't say that.
Member,
thank you.
I know you may have intended to put some levity into the proceedings, but I would like to suggest you withdraw that and just concentrate on the question. Thank you very much.
I withdraw that, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I must admit, the question was so banal and irritating. I can't remember it. Would you remember repeat it, please?
Member?
Are you going to ask him to withdraw that, Madam?
I did.
About banal and irritating? Because he is very banal and irritating all the time, and we don't complain here.
I am on my legs in case you're not seeing. Members, order. It's just a little too early in the proceedings for us to forget the standing orders by which we are bound. Okay, so, member, please ask your question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Given that the Minister has indicated that almost half of the CCTV cameras in this country are non-functional, can you provide this Parliament with a list of the areas where these non-functional cameras exist?
Minister of National Security.
I am unable to provide that answer for, again, obvious reasons at this time.
She wanted to know if it's Carapo.
Member for St. Augustine.
Yes, my question 127, again to the Minister of National Security.
Minister of National Security.
I thank you warmly yet again, Madam Speaker. According to information again received from the Commissioner of Police, in order for CCTV cameras to be installed at the heights of a repo, careful consideration must be given to the site compatibility, including the availability of electricity supply and the connectivity challenges at this remote location. In fact, Madam Speaker, consideration must be given to these issues as regards a possible expansion of the CCTV network throughout Trinidad and Tobago, including at Aripo Heights. To this end, discussions with stakeholders are currently well underway.
Member for Barrett Harrison.
Can the Minister indicate how long have these consultations been taking place with the necessary stakeholders?
Minister of National Security.
I am unable to answer that with any level of specificity, Madam Speaker.
Member for Barrett Harrison.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Can the Minister indicate who are the stakeholders that they are speaking to?
Minister of National Security.
Obviously, Madam Speaker, it would be the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, it would be the intelligence gathering agencies across Trinidad and Tobago, it would be potential service providers, Madam Speaker, and indeed all of the experts, none of which exist on that side, in these matters in order to advise and to provide solutions.
All right, so, member, you may not intend anything, but there are certain innuendos and reflections injected in some of your answers, and I would want to advise that this is from that type of style. Member for Couva South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the...
Okay, 1 minute. What I said just now applies to everyone. Member for Couva South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 29 on behalf of the member for Couva South to the Minister, question number 128 to the Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries.
Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the Minister of Agriculture, Lands and Fisheries, Madam Speaker, a total of 8,855 former employees of Caroni 1975 Limited were entitled to a residential service lot as part of the VSEP packages offered. To date, 5,037 beneficiaries have been allocated to various estates and are at different stages in the process of receiving their leases. From this figure, 4,764 leases have been executed. However, 44 of these leases at Caroni are awaiting collection. 273 beneficiaries have not yet completed the process at Caroni or are awaiting letters of administration. The number of persons who remain outstanding for residential leases is 3,818. With respect to agricultural leases, a total of 7,246 persons were entitled to these parcels of lands. From this figure, 127 persons reached an agreement with the state and were compensated for their land. The majority of the remaining 7,119 agricultural leases have been completed, and the number of agricultural leases outstanding is 577.
Point of view.
A follow-up question to the Minister. The outstanding leases, whether it's agriculture or other, could you have a date when these leases will be finalized?
Minister.
Thank you. I am unable to give you a date at this current time. Thank you.
Member for Couva South.
Thank you.
Sorry, member for Darasana, I didn't see.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, can the Minister indicate whether or not issues relating to the offices of the Director of Surveys have been causing a delay in the processing of these residential and agricultural leases?
Minister.
Yes, thank you. That information is not with me at this time, but if it is posed to the relevant minister with the appropriate notice, I'm sure we can answer.
Member for Oldbush West.
Can the minister indicate what action has been undertaken to ensure that those leases that are currently sitting at the office reach those who are scheduled to benefit from them?
Minister.
I am sure that the authorities are working diligently on it, and I rest on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Member for Couva South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the member for Couva South, question number 129 to the Minister of Public Utilities.
Minister of Public Utilities.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the dry season plan is developed at the end of the calendar year and presented to the Board of Commissioners by the management of the Water and Sewage Authority. Consequent on the approval of this plan, the dry season water schedule is approved by the Chief Executive Officer of WASA and the Director of Operations in collaboration with the various area managers across the country, and is issued between January and February of the ensuing year. Further, in order to ensure that the water supply adequately meets the needs of citizens in the face of emergencies and other vagaries that may emerge during the dry season, the dry season plan and its water schedule are monitored on a monthly basis by a team with representation from the Ministry of Public Utilities, the Board of Commissioners, and the management of the Water and Sewerage Authority.
Member for Couva South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the member of Couva South, again, question 130 to the Minister of Health.
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. An investigation was conducted in accordance with the reporting of adverse events as outlined by the Adverse Events Policy, and subsequently the Northwest Regional Health Authority submitted a report to the Chief Medical Officer. It is well known in the public domain that this matter is before the High Court, case number CV 2020-00382. In view of the sub judice rule, therefore, it will be inappropriate to comment further on this matter in this forum.
Member for Barataria-San
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And this doesn't offend the sub judice rule, but can the Minister indicate whether or not any disciplinary action was taken against any person involved in this incident?
Minister.
Madam Speaker, because of the sub judice rule, we are unable to comment on that issue. Thank you very much.
Member for Caroni East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 131 to the Minister of Health.
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. According to the WHO World Health Organization, the term long COVID refers to a post-COVID-19 condition that occurs in individuals with a history of probable or confirmed COVID-19 infection, usually 3 months from the onset of COVID-19, with symptoms and can last for at least 2 months and cannot be explained by an alternative diagnosis. Common symptoms include fatigue, shortness of breath, cognitive dysfunction, and others that generally have an impact on everyday functioning persons. The following measures were implemented to treat patients suffering from long COVID. 1. In October 2020, an executive wellness clinic was established at the Arima General Hospital, where over 215 new patients were seen with long COVID, and there were 361 revisits. In August 2021, the long COVID-19 clinic was established at the San Fernando Teaching Hospital, where over 121 new patients were seen with long COVID, and there were 99 revisits. At the Sangre Grande Hospital, long COVID patients are seen by the internal medicine team. At the Port of Spain General Hospital, long COVID patients are seen by the internal medicine team at the long COVID clinic, which is expected to be established by May of 2022, which is just next month. The referral process into the clinics is done throughout the regional health authorities, where patients are referred to by doctors and services are assessed immediately upon processing of the referral. Continuous physician training and sensitization on the signs, symptoms, and treatment of long COVID, and continuous population-level sensitization so patients can recognize and seek treatment for symptoms of long COVID. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Member for Caroni East.
Thank you, Minister. Could persons register for this clinic via the email address advertised by the Ministry of Health for the Arima clinic?
There are a variety of referral processes, but we would prefer if they are referred through a physician, and they are quite welcome to come into our centers and register themselves. Thank you very much.
Member for Caroni East.
Thank you, Minister. Issues regarding persons' mental health also being addressed at these clinics?
I think the original question related
long COVID
to
is mental health is a part of long COVID.
Minister.
Yes, and the answer is yes. That is part of the treatment for long COVID, recognizing that it affects all organs of the body, including the brain. Yes.
Member for Caroni East.
Minister, would persons that are diagnosed with long COVID, would they be regarded as being able to access a disability grant?
Member, I would not allow that as a supplemental question, and particularly to the minister to whom it's posed. Member for Karen East.
Thank you. Question number 132 to the Minister of Health.
Minister of Health.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. The Ministry has implemented the following measures to combat the illicit distribution of COVID-19 vaccination cards. An inventory check is routinely conducted on the amount of vaccine cards issued to health facilities and service providers with the number of first-dose vaccines administered. Also, vaccine cards are issued only upon request by the nurse manager based on the vaccine's report and uptake with confirmation through the manager of the expanded program on immunization, the EPI program. Also, at all instances, when vaccination cards are issued, there is documented evidence of receipt of cards by the designated healthcare personnel. And lastly, persons in need of replacement cards are referred to the manager, expanded program on immunization for database validation on the confirmation of receipt of a COVID-19 vaccine information, and only thereafter a copy is issued. The Ministry of Health is working with the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service to determine the prevalence of this practice. As of March 15, 2022, 7 matters are before the TTPS, of which 3 persons were charged for conspiracy to misbehave in public office, and 4 other matters are currently being investigated. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, what is the status of the digital vaccination card in assisting in this process of combating illicit vaccine cards?
Minister of Health.
The status of that is that the front-end processes have been finished. The website is up and completed. We are still doing some confirmation at the back end by literally calling persons. We have 700,000 persons to confirm, and that process is taking place as we speak. Thank you very much.
Supplemental, member.
Minister, could we get a time frame of when the digital vaccination card will be implemented for citizens in Trinidad and Tobago?
Minister of Health.
Thank you. I am working diligently with the Minister of Digital Transformation to do exactly that. But there were some problems with international hosting of this issue. Thank you very much. International security, sorry.
Thank you. Minister, what is the government's estimate as to the number of fake vaccine cards that might be in our population?
The number of what?
Fake vaccine cards that might be in our population. What is the minister's estimate?
Yeah. Thank you. So the last part of my answer, you are referring to the prevalence of this practice. So I will repeat the last part of my answer. As of March 15, 2022, 7 matters are before the TTPS, of which 3 persons were charged for conspiracy to misbehave in public office, and the 4 other matters are currently being investigated. So that will give you some idea as to the prevalence.
Member for Caroni is?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 133 to the Minister of Health.
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much again, Madam Speaker. The number of doses of the Pfizer vaccine that expired on February 28, 2022 was approximately 260,000 doses. Thank you very much.
Member for Caroni is?
Minister, could you give an account to this House on how these vaccines were destroyed?
Minister of Health.
Yeah. So before vaccines can be destroyed, we have to actually write to Pfizer International to get their disposal mechanism, and we have done that, and we are awaiting their response. Thank you very much.
Member for Point-a-Pierre.
Follow-up question. Minister, the 260,000 that was destroyed, what was the cost to the country for that 260,000 expired Pfizer vaccine?
Thank you very much. The cost to the country was 0 because these doses were gifted to us very kindly, and I want to thank them, by the government and people of the United States of America.
Member for Caroni East.
Thank you, Minister. Any of the stock that was destroyed, were any of these vaccines unaccounted for or stolen, perhaps?
Member,
from the inventory.
Could you rephrase that question in a way that we could link it to the...
Minister, were all vaccines accounted for at the time of destruction?
So, Madam Speaker, it behooves me to state that the vaccines have not yet been destroyed. I said that clearly. We have to write to Pfizer International for their method of destruction. So the question does not apply.
Member for Naparima.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the member for Naparima, to the Minister of Finance, question 109.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Ministry of Finance has been advised by those government entities that account for the largest portion of arrears to the National Maintenance, Training and Security Company that payments to MTS are being processed and made on a regular basis as cash flow permits. It must be underscored, however, that the figure quoted as arrears in the question does not take into account supplementary funding made available by the Ministry of Finance directly to MTS from time to time. And a reconciliation of accounts is therefore required to establish the true picture. By way of example, over the period 2019 to 2021, apart from routine payments made by various ministries and departments to MTS for services rendered, the Ministry of Finance made $300 million available directly to MTS to settle its liabilities with the National Insurance Board and to other statutory authorities to cover its operational expenses and meet its obligations to its employees. This $300 million should have been reconciled against the receivables shown in MTS accounts to get the actual amount owed by government to MTS.
Member for Napari.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Running from that.
On behalf of the member for Naparima, question 110 to the Minister of Works and Transport.
Minister of Works and Transport.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Works and Transport, the answer is yes. The Ministry of Works and Transport is aware of the challenges being experienced as they relate to the legality and enforcement of the operations of private hire unregulated vehicles, PHVs, in Trinidad and Tobago, more commonly known as PH taxis. This notwithstanding, it is imperative that the imposition of any regulated measure is done with consideration given to the needs of commuters and does not go beyond what is required to achieve the aim of the proposed policy. In that regard, Madam Speaker, the Ministry has identified several issues associated with the PHV sector as follows: breaches of the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act, Chapter 48.50, insurance coverage for passengers, public safety and security, and perceived unfair treatment of licensed taxi drivers. In this regard, after a series of stakeholder discussions last year, a policy document was drafted in relation to PHVs. The draft document is being reviewed by the Attorney General at present and will be submitted to the Cabinet shortly for consideration. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Member for Point Appeal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question 120 to the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries.
Minister of Energy and Energy Industries.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the granting of approval for Naikwan to restart its plant and equipment is not within the remit of the Environmental Management Authority, the EMA. This authority rests with the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries and the Occupational Health and Safety Agency, OSHA. An investigation team has completed an examination and analysis of the incident that occurred at the Naikwan plant in 2021 and is working on the finalization of its report. There has recently been an exchange of requests for information by the ministry to NICWAN, and I understand the provision of the information requested or subsect of it to the ministry. So the teams are working on it and working on it to ensure from a Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries point of view that it is safe for the plant to restart.
Member for Point Pair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Follow-up question. Minister, to date, based on your response, the Ministry of Energy has not given final approval to restart the NICWAN plant. Is that a fair statement?
That is, in fact, the current state of affairs. As I said, the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries will take its duty in this aspect very seriously, and when it is satisfied from an engineering point of view that is safe to restart, they will so indicate to NICWAN that they have permission to do so. That process is well underway.
Member for Point Pair.
Follow-up, Minister. Whenever the findings of the plant of the disaster, would it be made public?
Madam Speaker, at this stage, I cannot provide a firm response to that because, of course, this is a private plant that is operating. But I'm sure at the time when they cross that safety hurdle, the government will be in a position to tell the population some of the findings, etc. But to give a commitment at this stage with a private entity with proprietary information, confidential information, etc., to put that into the public domain, that is not something I'm prepared to commit to.
Member for Oropouche West.
Speaker, supplemental question. Can the Minister indicate, following this incident, whether any attempts have been made to reach out to residents in the area who may have been affected by this particular explosion?
I'm not going to allow that as a supplemental question pursuant to the standing orders. Member for Point Pair.
Just a follow-up to the Minister's response to my last supplemental question. Minister, the question, given that the NICWAN plant is on state property, do you feel that it is not right that the public should be aware of what transpired with that blast?
The answer, Madam Speaker, is exactly as I stated before. One must be very cautious when dealing with these types of institutions and their proprietary information as to what is given to the public. I did say very carefully that once the government is in a position to provide information to the public that doesn't breach confidentiality, etc., it will do so.
Member for Moruga Tableland.
Speaker, Madam Speaker, 135 to the Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts.
Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts.
Very much, Madam Speaker. Taste of Carnival 2022 was successfully held in a safe zone setting guided by the public health regulations. Events including concert-type shows such as soca and calypso concerts, calypso tents, extempo and chutney competitions, steel band concerts, and the Marche Gras featuring the Kings and Queens competitions. The total revenue generated by the National Carnival Commission was $2,449,584 from the following revenue streams: sponsorship, gate receipts, venue rental, and miscellaneous income, which included vendor booth rental, accreditation fees, and bar sales. Activities for Taste of Carnival 2022 were also held at the performance spaces under the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, namely Napa, Sapa, Naparima Bowl, and Queen's Hall. And revenue earned from the hosting of events at these spaces was $317,735.25.
Honourable members, the time allocated for questions is now spent. Questions 123, 143, and 144 are deferred for 2 weeks. And also, I have been advised by the Whip, pursuant to Standing Order 2910, that all unanswered questions are being postponed for answer to a subsequent sitting.
Request for leave to move the adjournment of the House on definite matters of urgent public importance. Statements by ministers.
Honourable members, there is a statement, but this item is being deferred to later in the proceedings.
Personal explanations. Introduction of bills. The Companies Amendment Bill 2022 in the name of the Attorney General.
The Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Attorney General, in accordance with Standing Order 64-1B, I beg to move that the next stage of the Companies Amendment Bill 2020 be taken later in the proceedings.
Honourable members, the question is that the next stage of the Companies Amendment Bill 2022 be taken later in the proceedings. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Tobago Council for Handicapped Children Incorporation Act 1975 be read a first time. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Tobago Council for Handicapped Children Incorporation Act. Motions relating to the business or sittings of the House and moved by a minister. Public business, committee business, motions.
Honourable members, the debate on the following motion, which was in progress when the House adjourned on Wednesday, March 23, 2022, will be resumed. Be it resolved that this House adopt the report of the Joint Select Committee on the Miscellaneous Provisions Local Government Reform Bill 2020. The member for San Fernando East, you have 27 minutes of speaking time remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Where were we last time? I believe I was speaking about all of the hard work that went in to the reform of local government, Madam Speaker, by one Mrs. Hazel Manning, Madam Speaker. After years of consultation, we came up with a green paper, Madam Speaker, in 2004, a draft white paper in 2006, a green paper on roles and responsibilities in 2008, a draft white paper in 2009, Madam Speaker. All of this culminated into the Local Government Bill of 2009, which was piloted by the then Minister of Local Government. Madam Speaker, sadly, this document was allowed to lapse by those on the other side when they came into office during 2010, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the period from 2010 to 2015 is regarded by many as the dark ages, Madam Speaker, because no kind of national development took place during that period. Instead of national development and local government reform, Madam Speaker, what we got was a deliberate campaign of misinformation, Madam Speaker. We have members on the other side coming here the last day accusing the Minister of Finance of starving local government bodies. Madam Speaker, why would we starve local government bodies, and including our own local government bodies, Madam Speaker? It makes no sense. Those on the other side, Madam Speaker, want to gaslight the national community into believing that we did not just come through safely one of the sharpest economic downturns in the history of the world, Madam Speaker. We have the member for Naparima asking, how much did we deposit into the HSF? We have the member for Oropuch West making public statements that simply defy belief, Madam Speaker. This government has used our resources, Madam Speaker, to navigate through extremely rough waters and preserve lives and livelihoods, Madam Speaker. For that, we should be commended. Madam Speaker, at one point, all prices went to zero. Yet, they are asking, where's the funding coming from for local government, Madam Speaker? But, Madam Speaker, they know full well that local government has to be funded by property taxes, Madam Speaker. And that is why they have been going to great lengths from the very beginning to obstruct both local government reform and also the implementation of reasonable and sensible property taxes, Madam Speaker. It would be virtually impossible to effectively finance local government bodies and grant them the autonomy that they deserve without property taxes, Madam Speaker. And I'm going to explain why in a minute. They want you to believe that property taxes are this dreaded and draconian measure, Madam Speaker. But I want to remind the national community what the proposed structure of those taxes will look like. Madam Speaker, the Board of Inland Revenue will determine the annual taxable value, or ATV, using the ARV, the annual rental value, less such deductions as it sees fit for voids or loss of rent of 10% of the annual rental value. Madam Speaker, the applicable tax rate is then applied to the ATV, the annual taxable value, as follows. Agricultural property, Madam Speaker, 1%. That is 1% on the annual rental value, Madam Speaker. Nothing draconian there. For residential property, 3%. Madam Speaker, if your home or residential property can attract $2,000 monthly in rental income, that means that your annual property tax would be $720 annually. Monthly, it would be $60 per month. There's nothing dreaded about the proposed property taxes. But with those taxes, Madam Speaker, local government bodies and the regional municipalities can be properly funded. Madam Speaker, it's only logical that property taxes be used to fund local government, because property owners are the greatest beneficiaries of local government services. Madam Speaker, without the services generated by local government, property owners could not enjoy the use of their property. The value of their property would also sink to zero. If you have a property, Madam Speaker, but there were no roads, no drainage, no sewage, no spraying for mosquitoes, no water, fire services, Madam Speaker, no municipal police, you could not enjoy the use of your property. So it only makes perfect sense that property taxes would be used to fund local government reform. Sadly, Madam Speaker, last day we had the member from Moruga accused the government of seeking to have absolute control of local government bodies. During a debate, Madam Speaker, on a bill which seeks to decentralize local government operations and grant the municipal corporations more autonomy. So I'm not sure exactly where that would come from. But this bill, Madam Speaker, is going to have a dedicated fund which will funnel revenues raised within the various municipalities so that these important and essential services can be taken care of to the benefit of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, sadly, when those on the other side were in office during the dark ages, there was a lack of vision. Madam Speaker, all we got, especially while the member of St. Augustine was there, were a slew of box drain millionaires, Madam Speaker, and a member for St. Augustine cavorting with her life sport friends from Carapo, Madam Speaker. That is what we got. We didn't get any vision or any reform. Madam Speaker, the last time you were here, the member for St. Augustine...
Madam Speaker, I rise on standing order 48.6, please.
Overruled.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, last time we were here, the member for St. Augustine asked a very strange question, which completely blew my mind. The member for St. Augustine stood here in this chamber and asked, what happened to EFCL? She was saying that local government funding could be used to improve schools and other facilities within the corporation, municipal corporations. Madam Speaker, for someone on the other side to have the temerity, audacity, and bold-facedity to ask what happened to EFCL is very strange to me. And Madam Speaker, I'm going to give the member for St. Augustine a reminder of exactly what this government found when we came into office in 2015. Madam Speaker, and I read from a Guardian newspaper article, November 14th, 2015, titled, New EFCL Board Unearths Secret Operation, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and I quote, a secret contract mill house was discovered at the Education Facilities Company Limited, EFCL, in Maraval, and armed guards have been called in to secure a mountain of potentially damaging evidence, which points to the illegal manufacturing of backdated tender documents worth hundreds of millions of dollars, Madam Speaker. This discovery was made one day after the new board of the state-owned company suspended its chief executive officer. Madam Speaker, it goes on to say, informed sources told the Trinidad and Tobago Guardian that a member of the board found the secret room on the first floor of the Maraval building, which is opposite the building in Maraval, and also houses several corporate banks. EFCL occupies the second floor of the building, and unknown to staff, another room was rented on the first floor, Madam Speaker. Sources said a new board member was stunned after finding 3 people busy at work in the secret room and called in security after realizing they were working on EFCL business. Madam Speaker, sources said they have already discovered that the 4 select employees were hired to create contracts and tender documents for several existing projects, which were already paid for in full. This was being done according to company insiders to validate the tendering processes to make them appear transparent and legal, Madam Speaker. That is what we got from those on the other side at EFCL. So when the member for St. Augustine puts the good Lord out of her thoughts and wonders what happened to EFCL, to coin a phrase from one of my parliamentary colleagues, I suggest the member looks in the mirror and ask yourself, because you happen to EFCL. Don't forget that. Madam Speaker, the member for St. Augustine also went on to talk about another crazy comment, Madam Speaker, where the member said that UNC councillors...
I'll ask you to withdraw the word
I withdraw, Madam Speaker. I apologize. Sorry, another banal comment, Madam Speaker, since that's the word of the day apparently, saying that the UNC councillors were somehow superior to PNM councillors, Madam Speaker. That was another statement that many would consider mind-blowing. Let me again remind the member what we have gotten from UNC councillors since we have been dealing with local government in Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, another article, Loop, July 15, 2021. UNC councillor charged with misbehavior in public office, Madam Speaker. That's what we've been getting. Councillor at the Sangre Grande Regional Corporation was tonight charged with 1 count of misbehavior in public office. Madam Speaker, this is a fact. It is not alleged. The arrest followed a meeting between officers of the ACIB and Director of Public Prosecutions, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, if I may, Standing Order 48-2. This matter is sub judice.
Okay, so I would not allow you to go any further on it. All right, you referenced the article.
Yes.
Please go on to something.
Understood, Madam Speaker. Moving on. Madam Speaker, even in San Fernando East, we have an issue with a UNC councillor, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's no secret, in December of last year, I spent 8 days at the high dependency unit, at the COVID unit in Couva. And Madam Speaker, from my hospital bed, I was on the phone daily with the Minister of Works and Transport, dealing with an issue in St. Joseph Village, where the Vistabella River had broken its banks and threatened several homes in the area. Madam Speaker, I was on the phone every single day with the Minister of Works and Transport, trying to preserve the houses of those residents and constituents. And thankfully, the Minister of Works and Transport was able to rectify the issue, and for that I'm extremely grateful, and so are the residents of St. Joseph Village. Madam Speaker, lo and behold, I eventually see a message in one of this councillor's chat groups where he is taking full credit for the work that was done on the Vistabella River to preserve these homes. That is the kind of representation that we've been getting from those on the other side when it comes to local government, Madam Speaker. They want to reap where they haven't sown. But, Madam Speaker, I'm letting that councillor know today that he will win nothing in San Fernando East going forward, because in San Fernando East, we do not reward dishonesty. Let him know that. Madam Speaker, we have hard-working councillors in San Fernando East seeking funding for emergency projects in San Fernando East, which could have easily been funded if local government reform had taken place a long time ago, Madam Speaker, but unfortunately has been blocked and undermined by those on the other side. We have an issue in Salvia Lane, Pleasantville, Madam Speaker, and I want the residents of Salvia Lane to know that we are well aware of the issue and that we are doing all that we can, and it will be repaired. I have been in talks with the newly minted Minister of Local Government, and your homes will be saved. The land in that area is sliding, Madam Speaker, into a ditch. If local government reform had taken place at the appropriate time all those years ago, trying to find emergency funding for various projects would not be an issue, but it has been hampered by those on the other side for their own selfish reasons, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this bill has called for the reform of local government to give these various municipal corporations a lot more autonomy, Madam Speaker. And when I say autonomy, in its own management, its function, but also in its funding. Right now, the majority of local government funding comes from central government and from a few other sources, Madam Speaker. But these other sources could be deemed inadequate. And let me list some of these other sources so you understand how difficult and challenging it has been to finance local government operations outside of central government, Madam Speaker. We have funding coming from waste disposal, food badges, internet fees, market dues, other rental income, services charges, tender packages, public nuisance, miscellaneous items, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, local government reform will ensure that these reasonable property taxes will be funneled into dedicated funds which will be directed to the various municipalities and local government bodies within Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. No more having to come to the Minister of Finance asking for emergency funds, especially in a situation where those funds may be short, Madam Speaker, much like if we're going through a global pandemic like now, Madam Speaker. So when those on the other side come and say they don't have enough funding for local government, I would have to say that their cries have been quite disingenuous, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, timely access to funding is one of the greatest challenges facing municipal corporations. The absence of proper funding hampers the effective and efficient delivery of services. Local government reform would allow for a municipal corporation to collect and retain taxes on residential property within its municipality, Madam Speaker, according to Section 78 of this document, which is to be deposited into the corporation's fund. That is a fund with funding coming from from property taxes that are dedicated towards services to be delivered to the people of Trinidad and Tobago through the various local government agencies. They do not go directly to the consolidated fund. They go to its own specific fund for those specific purposes, Madam Speaker. This means when citizens pay their residential property taxes, these payments will remain within the municipality to be used for development projects with said community. Revenues raised within the community are used within the community. That is proper local government reform, Madam Speaker, not box drain millionaires. It will provide for increased autonomy to facilitate a more effective and efficient delivery of services via sustainable communities and balanced regional development. And Madam Speaker, I'd like to close by thanking Mrs. Hazel Manning for all of the challenging and hard work that she put in to local government reform. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Oropouche West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for recognizing me to contribute to this motion. Be it resolved that this House adopt the report of the Joint Select Committee on the Miscellaneous Provisions Local Government Reform Bill 2020. Madam Speaker, when I listened to my colleague opposite, the Member of Parliament for San Fernando East, I am reminded of a quotation I learned in high school, because I think it's directly relevant here. It's often attributed to Shakespeare, but I know that it's not of his origin. What a tangled web we weave when first we attempt to deceive. Madam Speaker, today, this member came to this honorable House and described the period 2010 to 2015 as dark ages, as the dark ages, in specific reference to local government reform. He said that the members on this side were providing misinformation. But, Madam Speaker, it is very unfortunate that he does not seem to understand, the member for San Fernando East, does not seem to understand exactly what he is talking about. He does not seem to understand what local government is, what their responsibilities are, and to be able to differentiate between local government and central government. Because this very said member referred to the importance of local government in the context of the provision for fire services, the provision of security, the provision of... Madam Speaker, those are facilities provided by central government, not local government. So if you don't know what you're talking about, why come here and try to pretend that you do? Madam Speaker, the member is clearly out of his element, and I mean him no disrespect. He's clearly out of his element, but he should not be trying to create the perception that he knows what he's speaking about. Specifically, I want to go back to his comment about that Trinidad and Tobago was experiencing the dark ages of local government during 2010 to 2015, because nothing could be further from the truth, Madam Speaker. It was during that period that substantial amendments were made to the local government legislation governing local government, to ensure that for the first time in this country, under Kamala Prasad-Bissessa administration, we were able to have substantial reform in local government. So we have proportional representation at the local government level. That didn't happen under any previous administration. It was under the UNC administration, the People's Partnership Administration, a Kamala-led Bissessa government, that we ended up with offices. We provided offices and support staff for councillors. You know, it's ironic that the member came here today not having listened to what was said before, because several speakers on this side indicated exactly that a lot of work was done under the People's Partnership regime between 2010 and 2015 that he seems to have been totally clueless about. If only members, when they propose to contribute in this House, would pay attention to what is being said, a lot of it, or a lot of what he said before, would not have had to be said. Madam Speaker, I want to move on. And I want to set the record straight at this point. Despite what a lot of members have contributed and said, members from the other side, the United National Congress, the loyal opposition of this country, absolutely supports government reform of local government. We absolutely support the need for urgent local government reform. We always have, and we always did. And when the opportunity presented itself, it was a Kamala Prasad-Bissessa government, a UNC-led government, which actually engaged in local government reform. We didn't sit by and talk the talk, we actually walked the walk. But what is required is full, well-thought-out, practical, up-to-date, realistic legislation that is responsive to the critical shortcomings which exist today under this PNM administration. And that is what is of concern, because the problem we have today is the legislation being pushed forward by this government does not meet that criteria. It does not address the critical issues that are being faced by local government reform. And those issues were raised during the committee meetings and were raised, in fact, in the actual minority report supplied by members of the opposition, members of the UNC, and which is now part of this Joint Select Committee report, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also want to refer to some comments made by my other colleagues before. We see nothing wrong. As a matter of fact, I think we support the need for councillors. We all have said it, on both sides of the House. We see the importance of the role of a councillor, and we believe that the councillors should be paid a full-time salary because they are, in fact, fulfilling a full-time role. Those issues were raised in the committee reports. Those issues were raised in the deliberations. But there's nothing stopping the government, nothing that has stopped the government for the last 6.5, going into 7 years, from actually putting that in place, Madam Speaker. In fact, that is the one part of this legislation that might be salvageable if done correctly. Instead, what the members opposite have tried to do is create the perception that that is the primary focus of this legislation, and all this legislation is required so that councillors can be finally given their just due. Madam Speaker, contrary to the impression that obviously pervades those on the other side, as expressed by the Member of Parliament for San Fernando East, contrary to their perception, local government councillors and practitioners generally in Trinidad and Tobago have been providing yeoman service under the most trying times and conditions over and above everybody else to the population of Trinidad and Tobago. That is a fact, and they deserve to be truly and properly recognized. Instead, what we got from this government in the legislation provided and proposed under the committee report falls far short of what is required. Madam Speaker, if you listen to those opposite, you would swear that the PNM was the primary mover of local government reform. The member for Aruka Maloney, who moved the motion, spent much of her 45-minute presentation speaking about the PNM's respect for local government. It's ironic that her colleague, the member for San Fernando West, then spoke about the 63 years of old talk, 63 years of nothing happening. Because you see, that is the level of disrespect that those on the other side treat with local government practitioners and local government as a whole. As a matter of fact, even today, we saw the level of disrespect being placed on local government again, when we had a local government minister sitting in the chair, but he, poor fellow, was unable to present a report that fell in his name on this order paper, Madam Speaker, simply disregarded by the acting chief whip today. Madam Speaker, the report itself, the committee that was created itself, the government did not see the need to have the Minister of Local Government chair a committee on local government, dealing specifically with local government. They did not see the need to have him chair this committee. He sat as an ordinary member, but it goes further than that. Even when that minister moved on, and there were changes in the local government ministry, sorry, Madam Speaker. Even when that minister was replaced, the new minister was not even allowed to present the bill which deals with local government reform. He was not even allowed to present the bill in the parliament today. That is the level of disrespect that the members on the opposite side, the PNM, continues to show to local government, even amongst their own colleagues. Madam Speaker, I want to take you specifically to a few of the comments related to the committee, the report of the committee, which we are considering here today. Several members spoke on the need for equity. One member the Member of Parliament for Tunapuna, he asked a question here: how do you want to see local government in your community? And cited several ideals which we, in this case, subscribe to. Great ideals, sounds great. One of those was equity. Equity in funding. And according to him, he described equity as an equal share to all. Madam Speaker, that citation came from the minority report that was attached to this report that we are currently debating today. One of the concerns raised by the opposition in that report is that there was no provisions for equity in population, geographic size, and allocation of resources to each municipality.
So, member, I've allowed you a lot of leeway. The thing is that you are the 16th contributor to this bill. And, this is ground that has been covered. I've given you an opportunity so that I'd ask you to move on to something that has not been dealt with. All right? Because at this stage, I'm invoking Standing Order 55 in terms of tedious repetition.
Madam Speaker, every speaker on the opposite side spoke of funding as a priority. The last member himself, the last member who spoke, specifically complained bitterly that members on this side were being disingenuous when we were talking about funding as an issue. And then turned around and said that funding is a major problem for central government. Funding is a major problem for local government. We agree funding is a major problem, but it is just not the number. It is the distribution of the funding that is provided to local government generally that is of concern. And that is the matter that was raised specifically in the committee during its deliberations and was not dealt with in the legislation currently before the House, Madam Speaker, in the legislation that forms part of this committee report. Madam Speaker, we have done some analysis, and what we have found disturbs me greatly, because of all the issues that have been raised in this debate and in the committee stages, when the committee met with during the consultations and in the reports from the various local government bodies, the fact was that many councils were complaining that they were not getting enough money. But when they accumulated all the councils together, and when you sat and you looked at the various allocations being provided to each council, what we found was graphic. What we found, Madam Speaker, was extremely concerning, because that can best be described as some sort of intentional or unintentional geographic discrimination, Madam Speaker.
Again, I was giving you some leeway because it appears as if you either didn't understand or have ignored the guidance. Okay? So I've given you some leeway just so that I could see where you're going. And again, you are covering ground that has been traversed. All right? So could you move on to a point that has not been dealt with?
Madam Speaker, the Minister of Finance came to this Parliament and plucked a figure from the air, claiming that an extra $30 million was going to be provided to local government bodies. The member who spoke just previously calculated property tax and said that local government was going to be funded by property tax. And on his basis, he came up with $60 to $70 per month per home, etc. Madam Speaker, that is in sync with what the Minister of Finance has claimed. However, that is in keeping with what the Minister has done previously, which is to pluck numbers from the sky which bears no relevance to the truth. Madam Speaker, how do we expect a corporation How do we expect, for example, a corporation in Kuvatabaki, Talparo Regional Corporation, which receives, and which is supposed to receive an estimated $99 million for the year, for 2022. That's what is allocated. We have no idea of what will actually be disbursed because that depends on the whim and fancy of the government of the day and the Minister of Finance. What is of concern, Madam Speaker, is that this works out to about $557 per Burgess, which may sound substantial. But when you compare that with Port of Spain City Corporation, and you find out that Port of Spain City Corporation, the dollar per Burgess in their allocation is $5,990. What is this, 1,000%? 1,000% higher per Burgess, Madam Speaker. And that's the difficulty I have with the government's plan. There's no clarity, there's no explanation as to how this legislation itself is going to fix that. Madam Speaker, we have a situation where the Port of Spain Borough Corporation recently announced, I think it was last year, that they were looking at the possibility of putting turf, astroturf, on a savanna. Madam Speaker, I represent an area, Madam Speaker, Oropuch West, which is straddled by two corporations, the Pennelope Regional Corporation and the Siparia Regional Corporation. And on a multiplicity of occasions, we have had a situation where councillors have been crying out. Their landlords are telling them that they're going to shut the offices because rents have not been paid. They could not operate equipment. And up to yesterday, Madam Speaker, I am told that the Kuvatabaki Talparo Regional Corporation also had no funds allocated to it for the payment for fuel. So this government has been strangling some corporations, but other corporations seem to be doing substantially better. It's ironic that the corporations that seem to be doing significantly better are in fact smaller. They seem to have much better facilities available to them. They seem to have better roads, better drainage, better lighting, etc. And the irony of that is that they get the lion's share of funding, but large geographic areas in Central and South seem to be victimized by this government, seem to be discriminated by this government, discriminated against by this government.
Okay, so I overrule on both, but remember, again, you've come back to that same geographic issue, right? The geographic equity or inequity or whatever you've described it as. Please move on. Your body language suggests that you appreciate where I'm standing on that.
Grandstanding, Madam Speaker, I am deeply concerned about the geographic discrimination
Sir,
that persists, Madam Speaker.
Let's understand the ground rules. I am sure that every member here is deeply passionate about every issue that is debated here. I'm certain of that. But that is no reason to offend the rules which you yourself have taken an oath that you will be bound by. Proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when I signed on to this Parliament and I signed the book at the front.
Excuse me, member for Oropuch West. Apologize or you can have a seat. Decide which one it is.
Madam Speaker, I'm not clear what I'm supposed to apologize for. I was explaining...
Member for Oropuch West, I have spoken.
Madam Speaker, as odd as it seems, I will apologize profusely for
and
what I'm not too
proceed.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I proceed to this Parliament as a member of Parliament, I swore an oath to...
I again have spoken. Please desist from that track. Proceed on another track.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members of Parliament, Madam Speaker, including those on both sides of this House, are expected to provide information to the general public when they speak. It is because members of the public do not read the legislation. They do not get exposure. They may not be able to digest the hundreds of pages that are contained in this Joint Select Committee, in this Joint Select Committee report. And therefore, it is incumbent upon members speaking to provide truthful, factual, and specific information in their presentations. It is in fact the requirement of the oath that we all swore. Madam Speaker, when I stand here, I speak on behalf of not 120,000 persons. I speak on behalf of 1.4 million people of Trinidad and Tobago. And we all want to see an improvement in local government, which affects us all. Sadly, Madam Speaker, the legislation that has been proposed in this committee report that has been brought to us does not meet that grade. And the fact is that despite the minority report, despite the issues that have been put in the public domain by the opposition, despite our complaints even at this chamber here, none of those on the opposite side who have stood in defense of this legislation have been able to address any of the concerns in this minority report. Madam Speaker, I am deeply troubled as an individual sitting here, as an individual who has benefited from the services of local government bodies, to hear local government practitioners being treated with such disregard. And I urge the government, in my closing, Madam Speaker, I urge the government to rethink what they are doing. A lot of what has been highlighted as concerns can be addressed easily and quickly if the government has the will to do so. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, what we are looking at is pure political propaganda from the other side. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Member for Rima.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to such a timely and essential debate that seeks to adopt the report of the Joint Select Committee on the Miscellaneous Provisions, Local Government Reform Bill 2020. And let me just join with my colleagues on this side and recognize the Honorable Camille Robinson Regis, Member of Parliament for Aruka, for piloting this motion. And let me also acknowledge and thank my former cabinet colleague, former Senator Terrence Deyalsingh, for chairing the Joint Select Committee that produced such a comprehensive, detailed, and outstanding report. Likewise, I extend my congratulations to my colleagues on the government side of the House for their robust presentations in support of the motion before us today. Madam Speaker, this report speaks, amongst other things, to equipping government at the local level with the structure to operate more efficiently, for there to be more accountability, and more responsively, to act more responsively to the needs of citizens in our region, cities, boroughs, and our neighborhoods. It speaks directly to Trinidad and Tobago's Vision 2030 National Development Strategy as it relates to the institutional transformation and utilizing local authorities for service delivery. From Vision 2030, the National Development Strategy of Trinidad and Tobago 2016-2030, page 74, and I want to quote, Madam Speaker, if you would allow me, the enhancement of local government machinery is premised on the basis that bringing services such as solid waste disposal, flood control, and public safety closer to the people contributes a well-functioning community. In this regard, the timely access to services and opportunities requires devolution of certain central government responsibilities, such as physical planning, to municipalities, and strengthening of local governance and involving more persons in decision-making, especially at the grassroots level. The reform of the municipalities is being led by the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government and will include the amendment to the Municipal Corporations Act to give greater responsibilities to the local government bodies, similar to that afforded to the Tobago House of Assembly. End of quote. Madam Speaker, as with many of us on both sides, I would like to say that I have myself been a former local government councillor, and therefore it is with it's a great privilege for me to contribute to this debate, since I can bring to bear some of my personal experiences as a former local government councillor. One of the discussions or one of the issues raised by the former Speaker, the Honourable Member for Oropouche West, was the whole issue of the remuneration packages for local government councillor. And Madam Speaker, I know this is a topic with which you are very familiar, but I can just say that some 3 decades ago, when I was a local government councillor, I recall that the remuneration at that time was about $800 monthly. And notwithstanding the fact that the Honourable Member for Oropouche West is giving the impression that the government has not addressed critical issues and has not gone far enough to deal with this issue of the compensation package, I think that the recommendation is to be commended. And one of the reasons for the persons now having to take a position where you are going to be, you cannot have alternative employment, what it actually means is that there would be a lot more dedication to the work of the various corporations and boroughs. And yes, I think my colleagues on the opposite side who put in place the issue of offices, and that is to be commended. But I also believe that one needs to recognize that when we talk about reform, reform is an ongoing process. When we talk about local government, we are talking about several, almost 60 years plus. And if you do the research over the years, you would have seen that there have been a substantial amount of improvements. My colleague who spoke a while ago, the Member of Parliament for Oropouche West, spoke about the fact that he straddles 2 corporations. And Madam Speaker, and why it is that this reform is so important. As a Member of Parliament for Arima, I also straddle several corporations. I straddle the borough of Arima, I travel Sawan Laventille Regional Corporation. I also straddle the Tunapuna Piako Regional Corporation, and there is also a part of my constituency that straddles the Sandy Grande Regional Corporation. And that is why we need to understand how important this reform is. I don't think anyone in this House today would say that local government reform is not important, and that this report hasn't gone a lot further than several of the other reports in trying to address the situation. I recall that I was also a member of a joint select committee of this Parliament to deal with local government reform, and I think it was in 2007 elections was called, and that committee ended. But looking at this report and the discussions and looking at the consultations and the number of persons that were asked to give their views, I think this has gone very, very far. Several of my colleagues on the other side also spoke to the challenges, whether it has to do with issues of grass cutting, maintenance of fields, and I would say as a Member of Parliament, that is one of the biggest concerns of your burgesses. And very often they are not sure which of the corporations that they are affected by. As a matter of fact, a number of persons really don't even know who their councillors are. As far as persons are concerned, if you want a drain fix, whether a road is minor, whether it is secondary, even sometimes for issues relating to houses which don't fall under local government. Persons in constituencies, as far as they are concerned, they go to what they call is their first respondent, and very often it's the local government councillor. But what this legislation seeks to do by ensuring that the persons are now permanently employed and you cannot go and have other forms of employment, it means now that the burgesses can go and access their councillors in a much more easier fashion. In addition to that, I think one of the most important issues for the councillors and for the burgesses is the fact that you can go to a specific place, whether it be the office or whether it be the corporation, and the chances of having your issues addressed are now a lot more easier. One of the issues as well that is being addressed now is how do, not just the issue of the salary or the remuneration package, but how do we deal with persons who have been councillors sometime 20, 25 years and leave with absolutely nothing in their hands. This legislation has now addressed that, and I think that is definitely to be commended based on the report. Madam Speaker, I want to go and reflect a bit on the Trinidad and Tobago's Vision 2030 agenda. And that is a culmination of several years of legal research and consultation. Now, Vision 2030 envisions Trinidad and Tobago as a place where each citizen enjoys a high quality of life and where there is proper consideration for environmental sustainability and balanced development, among other valuable ideals. Most importantly, our national strategy is consistent with the ideals of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So when we bring local government reform together with the reform of land use planning framework in Trinidad and Tobago through the Planning and Facilitation Development Act 2014, we are supporting Vision 2030, specifically about themes of putting people first, and that is, of course, nurturing our greatest assets, delivering good governance and service excellence, and that is by enhancing and aiming for the highest quality of life for citizens. We are also talking about the issue of improving productivity through quality infrastructure and transportation. I'm sure that we can probably spend a whole day today talking about concerns as it relates to productivity in local government. Any member of parliament sitting here today would know that there's always been a concern as it relates to what time actually there are a number of the workers who work in local government, what time do they go to work, and what time do they complete work, whether it is task work or whether they are supposed to work for that full 8 hours and to be compensated accordingly. Building globally competitive business, and that is improving the ease of business through improved and streamlined building approval processes, placing the environment at the center of socio-economic development by ensuring sustainability in all development activities and proper environmental management in the varied activities they are needed to support human lives and human settlements. So, Madam Speaker, the reform agenda therefore supports, as I indicated a while ago, the UN Sustainable Development Goals, particularly in reference to Goal 2, which is ending hunger, promoting sustainable agriculture. Goal 3, ensuring healthier lives and promoting well-being for all. And Goal 8, promoting sustained, inclusive and sustainable economic growth. Goal 11, making cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient and sustainable. And Goal 13, taking urgent action to combat climate change and its impacts. As a result, the committee, through its reports, has amended 9 pieces of legislation that cover a wide range of issues of national significance and the devolution of the responsibility for effective management of these issues to local government. Now, Madam Speaker, in the context of local government reform, as covered by the report of the committee, let us therefore look at some of the benefits of the adoption of the report and its implementation. I would first like to suggest, which is the issue of promotion of participatory planning. and this entails greater local involvement and stakeholder participation in decision-making involving matters that impact the daily lives of burgesses. The second one is decentralization of the decision-making process at the local and regional levels while promoting more evidence-based decisions. 3, facilitation of modernized governance structures leading to better local governance and increased transparency. And 4, enhancement of the responsibilities of local government through the establishment of spatial planning units. This will allow for the municipal corporations to operate as municipal planning authorities, and that will result in A, better facilitate and manage local socio-economic development, B, engage in integrated planning by regulating the relationships between various types of planning, economic and social, thereby ensuring vertical linkages between planning levels and horizontal linkages among relevant technical processes within the municipal corporation. And C, enhance and strengthen process and mechanism for the monitoring and reporting of development, plan implementation and changes in land use, enforcement against unauthorized development, and enforcement of building regulations, ensuring local compliance to national and regional plans, land use policies, building codes and standards. 5, facilitation of more effective development planning for a specific municipality or in conjunction with neighboring municipalities. 6, promotion, facilitation, and regulation of local economic development in collaboration with the local business sector, NGOs, CBOs, and individual community members. 7, general empowerment of municipal corporations to more efficiently manage their affairs and better serve their citizens and burgesses. Allow me, therefore, Madam Speaker, to illustrate from a planning perspective as I draw your attention to the Planning and Facilitation Development Act 2014, which seeks to reform the planning laws of Trinidad and Tobago by establishing a system for the preparation and approval of national and subnational development plans, and a system of planning and development approvals which are designed to secure predictability, simplicity, promptness, and transparency in the treatment of development application. Madam Speaker, the above-mentioned objectives are achieved by the establishment of the National Planning Authority, and the same act also creates the municipal planning authorities. This dovetails into the Municipal Corporations Act, as it will be amended by this bill, the Municipal Provisions Local Government Reform Bill, when passed into law. Madam Speaker, the devolution of authority from the National Planning Authority to the municipal planning authorities is prescribed in the proposed new Section 35F of the Municipal Corporations Act. What this means, Madam Speaker, is that approvals for intended land use will not have to come to the Town and Country Division of the Ministry of Planning and Development. The bill spells out that some approvals and enforcement functions will be devolved to the local government authority. Clause 3 of the bill introduces the phrase complex developments, and this is complemented by the Planning and Facilitation Development Act 2014 as amended, which recognizes simple developments. The net effect, Madam Speaker, is that simple developments defined as development for which an application is made for billboards and advertising signs, planning permissions not requiring certificates of environmental clearance, change of use under specific sizes, and land subdivision within specific ranges will fall under the purview of the municipal authorities, and complex developments, which are anything not covered by the term simple developments, will be the responsibility of the National Planning Authority. The consequent decentralization of the function will result in a speedier response to requests for service, and therefore faster turnaround time and higher levels of service satisfaction by the public. Madam Speaker, this issue of applications for approvals, I think the average citizen is never certain whether or not you go to your corporation, whether you go to town and country. There are some approvals at this time are given by the corporation. There are some approvals that are given by town and country. But clearly what this reform process seeks to do is to make it a lot easier and to give much more power to the municipal corporations in these matters. So, Madam Speaker, this is yet another example of what local government reform is intended to achieve. Suffice it to say, this bill is a game changer in the quality of public service and representation to be afforded to the people of Trinidad and Tobago as government services move closer to them in their neighborhood and in their communities. Furthermore, it should be noted that upon the full proclamation of the Planning and Facilitation of Development Act 2014, the Town and Country Planning Division, as indicated, will cease to exist, and each municipal corporation will be deemed a municipal planning authority. All development applications will be submitted to the relevant municipal planning authority. Simple development applications will be processed by the MPA or the municipal planning authority. And as I indicated ago, as it relates to complex development applications, they will be referred to the minister through the National Planning Authority. Madam Speaker, as my colleagues have already illustrated and will further illustrate, the adoption of the report of this committee will have far-reaching impacts, and I'm absolutely certain, based not only on the discussions and even in relation to the concerns raised, it will benefit the people of Trinidad as this bill becomes law. And these benefits will be in almost every aspect of life, every aspect of their lives. Local government will play a more prominent role in service delivery and in responding to issues that affect them locally. Madam Speaker, one of the things that the pandemic has shown us, especially as it relates to playfields, to grounds, which is always a very important issue for communities, those who are fortunate enough to have, whether it be cricket fields or whether it be football fields. During the pandemic, most of those fields were, in some instances, I wouldn't say abandoned, but what we realized is that you had a situation where those places were not maintained, but you see now where the local government, and sometimes with the assistance, whether it be CPEP or other organizations, you see that those fields are now being properly maintained. And my colleague, the Member of Parliament for Oropouche West, was at pains to talk about the fact that the Port of Spain City Corporation and some other corporations are funded much better, he suggested and argued, than some of the rural communities. You have the city of Port of Spain, you have the city of San Fernando, you have several boroughs, and then you have corporation. And I think it is fair to say that it is not going to be a situation where a city, a borough, and a corporation, to simply argue and say that the city gets more money than the corporation. And that argument sometimes is even for a borough like Arima. Some people will argue that the Tunapuna Corporation would get more funding than the borough. My colleague, the Member of Parliament for St. Augustine, who has served as a chairman of that corporation, will understand, of course, those corporations cover the length and breadth. Those corporations cover a large geographic area. The Port of Spain Corporation may cover a smaller area, but the responsibilities, of course, of maintaining a city as distinct from a borough or a corporation is quite different. But the truth is that it doesn't mean to say that a Burgess living in a rural community or living in a borough or living in a city isn't important. All the Burgesses are important. I have as a member of parliament for Rima. I have part of the borough, but then I also have the rural communities going way to Lafayette and Blanchisseuse and Monlacroix that have their challenges. Because very often the concern that I have when we have these debates is the impression is always given that it's the rural areas in San Fernando, and the accusation is always that those are the only areas that are not looked after, and that is the government takes a deliberate decision to neglect those areas. Those of you who have the benefit of going as well into the northern constituencies, the constituencies of Toko and Matlot and so, I mean, people have their equal challenges, whether it be transportation, very similar to some other communities. And as MPs, we all have to explain to our areas, how do we address it? And therefore, it is not only unfortunate that that impression is consistently given, that is the position of this government, which is absolutely false. I know my colleague from Point 14 is going to speak a while ago, very shortly, and he too will talk about the challenges that exist, because he also has rural communities. I think almost everyone here in some form has some part of their constituency that you may, whether or not you may not be classified as rural, but you may have some challenges in certain communities because you have development aspects. One of the biggest challenges for local government is what you call a lot of the unplanned communities. But whether the communities are planned or unplanned, the burgesses, they want an equal representation, whether or not they build, as in some instances, some people take decisions and they will go and build almost on the bank of the river. And that can happen in many different communities. But those persons expect the councillor as well as the MP, if the flood comes, they are going to call you the same way. And they expect you, as your member of parliament or as the councillor, to do the best for them. So when we talk about local government reform, and when we talk about the issue of taxes, the collection of taxes, and how can it improve the overall life of the citizens of Trinidad. Because this is specifically as it relates to this area, because we know Tobago has their own piece of legislation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, because, you know, what I always find interesting is a lot of us travel, and we love to talk about a number of other places, whether you go to Brooklyn or you go to Canada, and you see how local government functions in some of those areas. But when we talk to our family members who live in those respective communities and those respective countries, and they are able to tell you that the only reason why they are able to have those kinds of services and qualities of services is because of the taxes that they pay. And so often we have a difficulty in being truthful about the fact that if we are to improve on the delivery of services for our burgesses, we really have no choice but to address that issue of reform and that issue of collection of taxes. So I would like to say, as I close, that I am in total support of this reform. I'm really happy that we have gotten to this stage where this is finally being debated, that there has been the report, there has been extensive consultation, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I thank you very much.
I recognize the member for Mayaro. And member, you have 30 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, very grateful for the opportunity to contribute to this crucial debate on local government reform which was promised by this administration way back in 2015. Before I get into my very short but succinct contribution, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to reflect on the contribution by the member for Arima. I must say that several if not all of the issues raised by the member, I agree that these are issues that forms part of local government, and I can't argue with the challenges as both MPs and councillors face. Outside of the connection of the Honourable Member's Ministry of Planning to the parts of the local government reform that speaks to planning and development and approval, what the Honourable Member did not do was to connect the other issues that she raised to the legislation that we are looking at in this Joint Select Committee report today. And that really is the core of my concern when reviewing the Joint Select Committee report. How does the legislation answer all of the questions that have been raised by members on both sides? Because we are all affected by local government one way or the other. And I don't think anybody in this house today thinks that there is no requirement or no rationale behind wanting local government reform. And I can tell you, as a matter of fact, we on this side are fully supportive of local government reform, but we've raised some issues that we were hoping that the members of the government bench would explain and perhaps reconsider. Mr. Deputy Speaker, during the exercise of this Joint Select Committee, the government was unable to create consensus to the point where the opposition members felt morally bound to present a minority report. I want to commend my colleagues on the opposition bench for the wisdom and the purpose in their recommendations, which as always, like every time we stand in this house, are always in the best interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is a pity that the government representatives failed to appreciate the insights and good judgment of the opposition members. The opposition in that committee report advocated for 5 basic things, Mr. Deputy Speaker. 1, the protection of trade union representation. 2, equity in the establishment of municipalities. 3, protection of the rights of the minority. 4, the consideration for the postponing of the introduction of the property tax. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, on that particular point, throughout this debate, I got the impression that the focus or the push for this legislation is really to justify the bringing forward or the implementation of the property tax, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, these are all fair and justifiable matters that should be obvious and acceptable to any reasonable government. The implementation of the property tax, as elucidated by the member for San Fernando East, at this time would be a bit draconian, and some may even say heartless, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, at this point in time in the country, because of a number of factors, many of our citizens are finding it very difficult to survive the day-to-day challenges. When you have the impending inflation rates that are going with all these increasing prices and shipping costs that are coming because of global issues, and you have businesses going out of business, that may be a bit challenging at this time. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, history would record that this administration is basically saying no to the recommendations that we in the opposition have provided in this local government reform conversation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is essential to reflect on what has motivated this proposed local government reform, and in my respectful view, as tardy and as incomplete as I believe that it is. Mr. Deputy Speaker, amongst many of the promises that were made in 2015 by the administration, that it would work, and I quote, in an effective and efficient manner to remove red tape and bureaucracy from local government. But yet in 2022, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Mayor Rio Claro Regional Corporation, and I'm sure other municipal bodies, complained severely to the Joint Select Committee about the inequity of the allocation of funds and the disbursement of issues like, payments for truck-borne water and so on to householders. These were key things that were raised during the committee meeting. So, Deputy Speaker, in other words, while the government touts local government transformation, people still cannot attend to the basics in their personal lives because of some would say, the incompetence of how the devolution of local government has been managed over the last 7 years. So, Deputy Speaker, the Mayor Rio Claro Regional Corporations have protested over and over on delays in financial releases, as sure as many of the other corporations. The point that I want to raise, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that no one on the government bench has really connected the legislation to answer those questions. How would these matters be dealt with? Mr. Deputy Speaker, that type of tardiness negatively impacts the delivery of services, as you would well know, like scavenging, disaster relief, road rehabilitation, and purchases of relevant equipment to deal with matters as such. In other words, Mr. Deputy Speaker, these things affect matters that are crucial to life and limb of our burgesses. So, Deputy Speaker, we now have another municipal election that is coming, and the government has brought forward this legislation, and it seems a bit interesting that all of a sudden the election is coming, and now this bill is coming to us, and we suspect it is primarily to prepare for the property tax funding local elections that is coming. So, Deputy Speaker, the best practice in local government administration requires that ordinary citizens be permitted to become a meaningful part of the process. Yet again, I have not seen the legislation or even the documentation in the JSC report connect where is the participation from your burgesses. So without that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and perhaps the next speaker on the government bench can connect some of that for us. So without that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think we are anticipating more criticisms and grievances from the man on the street that local government is not serving his need. I would like to remind the government contributors that they should really explain which measures would lead to transparency and accountability and would engender the public's trust. So firstly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, which features of the legislation that is mentioned in the report would allow citizens to scrutinize the funding and priorities of the relevant municipal or regional corporation? 2, what aspects would improve efficiency and effectiveness and permit local government bodies to better deliver on their responsibilities? In essence, would the legislation provide an appropriate toolkit to local government practitioners? 3, where are the guarantees that the perceived lopsided bias in the allocation of funding would cease to exist? So, Deputy Speaker, I did not get the impression that the legislation and the explanations contained in the committee's report addresses those matters. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the honourable member who spoke before me spent some time talking about, we have rural communities that are spread both in the north and south of this country, and rural communities do have some additional challenges. And I can tell you in Mayaro, Rio Claro, the entire constituency can be defined as a rural community. But what is important, Mr. Deputy Speaker, a rural community or a corporation that is responsible for large rural communities has 3 times the financial responsibility of some of the city areas, the borough areas, and so on. It is clear that the legislation, when it finally arrives at some point in time, it may only deepen the existing inequities in the system. Mr. Deputy Speaker, based on what is before us today, I do not see this as deep-rooted and objective reform. It seems more as a cosmetic makeover in order to claim that the government is finally doing something in terms of local government reform, and it really clears and opens the path for property tax, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So, Deputy Speaker, the opposition has said it very loud and clear on many forums that this is not the proper time. If the focus of the government is to push this bill just to clear the way for the implementation of the property tax, we again make an appeal that this is not the time for it, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So, Deputy Speaker, the Joint Select report that is before us today is a clear indication that the legislation cannot meet the best international practice. Best practice demands, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that citizens could meaningfully engage local government officials, and there is trust that appropriate matters will be prioritized. Again, I did not get that sense in the report that this is something that is open in terms of what will happen in terms of the reform. We do feel that the lack of funding, that there is crucial need for improvements everywhere, whether at public parks, road repairs, street signs, and so on. If the government, there is the conversation that because the property tax is going to put more money in the coffers of the municipal corporation, what I did not get, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is the control of the funds that ends up there. Where is the firewall that is going to prescribe and describe how the money is spent, how it's going to be, in terms of appropriated across different, types of development, whether it's in sports, arts, culture, recreation, and so on. So some of those areas are missing in the legislation that would really protect the funds as well inside of the local, inside of the municipal corporation. Then there is also the issue of manpower. If one were to reflect back to the 1990 Municipal Corporation Act, I believe, in that act, there was supposed to be about 4 or 5 COs in special areas of your corporation. And in 30-something years, all we've done is put one CEO in charge. Now, when you look at the reform requirement, and you have so much requirement for high-capacity HR, professionals in the organization, I am not seeing where the legislation is providing for that. And knowing the speed at which government hires, again, the legislation doesn't talk about how it's going to overcome that hurdle to make sure that the right capacity and quality of people sit in the corporation, that this devolution of power into the local government happens. I have not seen that the legislation is providing that, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So, Deputy Speaker, the legislation must provide a quantum leap on these matters. It cannot be piecemeal if the government wants to tackle issues that is being demanded from a very modern Burgess who is traveling. They are traveling to other countries, as the member for Arima said. They are seeing the quality of services being provided by municipalities outside, and they are demanding it. So the legislation, the reform, has to make quantum leaps rather than piecemeal suggestions. So, Deputy Speaker, in these modern times as well, the local government sector must also be beyond vanguard with the use of digital technology. Now, in today's newspaper, I welcome a report that I saw where the newly minted Minister of Local Government has advised that the use of digital technology will be used in terms of furthering the interests of local government. So definitely I welcome that, and I'm hoping just that time will tell on the success of that. I must say that local government authorities in a lot of progressive countries are using technology to improve transparency and accountability to the people whom local government deserves. So, Madam Speaker, the opposition is not confident that the impending legislation would create local government reform in the way and the model that we want it to happen in terms of furthering the development of Trinidad and Tobago. However, Madam Speaker, it is not too late for the government to ensure that the essential elements of local government are embodied in the forthcoming bill. The government needs to display vision, imagination, and a clear understanding of the roles and responsibilities of municipal governments in the daily lives of our citizens. We urge the government to rationally examine the Minority Report and to be reformist and forward-thinking on local government reform. Failure to do so, Madam Speaker, would render this entire exercise another dead-end project of this administration. In closing, Madam Speaker, weak local government reform would forever have this government's fingerprint all over it. The government would have wasted 7 years playing with the lives of people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, I urge the government to take the issues raised in the Minority Report and reconsider some of the aspects in terms of its pushing local government reform. I thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Member for Diego Martin, Central.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, firstly, let me say that I am grateful for the opportunity to contribute to the Miscellaneous Provisions Local Government Reform Bill 2020, and to start off by offering and joining with my colleagues in offering my sincerest congratulations to the Leader of Government Business, the MP for Aruka Maloney, for her clinical presentation of the genesis of this bill and, of course, indeed the history of local government reform in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, I recall during my contribution to the two Tobago bills, I believe it was in June of 2021, that I said then that the proposed legislation which sought to strengthen our fledgling democracy and deepen the powers of autonomy and strengthen the Tobago House of Assembly at that time would have represented what would have been amongst some of the most significant pieces of legislation that this 12th Parliament would debate in its tenure. Well, Madam Speaker, in this committee's report and also in the bill and recommendations that accompany it, I see so many similarities, not least of which is the philosophy of this government, who is prepared to trust this average citizen to do what is best for themselves and best for this country. Madam Speaker, this sort of involvement is how democracies worldwide are strengthened. It is how citizen participation is deepened and encouraged, contrary to the words that my colleague from Mearu would have advanced earlier. This is how ordinary citizens feel more empowered to take charge of and to take care of their communities. Madam Speaker, the devolution of power envisaged in this report will only redound to the benefit of the wider citizenry who for years, and Madam Speaker, as a past councillor for the district of Montcoco, Alice Glen, I have heard this myself. They have complained about the slow pace of delivery of common goods and services. They complain about the irregular nature of their garbage collection. They complain about the inability to obtain a truck-borne supply of water at the times when WASA fails. They complain about the state of disrepair in their play parks and recreation grounds, Madam Speaker. As a past chairman of the Diego Martin Regional Corporation, one in the House, that would have been responsible for recreation grounds in Diamond Vale, recreation grounds in Pity Valley and in Cokerit. This is a common common argument I have heard from the burgesses, from the citizens of Diego Martin Central. Madam Speaker, an additional common narrative is the perennial inability of regional corporations to simply fund what citizens consider to be the basic needs of their communities. So, is this bill a panacea for all the ills of local government? Well, the reality is, it is as perfect as it can be. And in light of that, I wonder at the shenanigans of the members opposite who participated freely in the proceedings of the Joint Select Committee, generated a minority report which in itself, in its 5 lines, said precious little. And in light of that, and I'm sorry that she's not in the room right now, Madam Speaker, I was particularly confused to hear the member for St. Augustine as she led off her response for the opposition. In her presentation, that offered little by way of substance other than to let us know what topics her colleagues would speak about when they followed her, she then wanted to offer suggestions for consideration.
The Honourable Member.
Madam Speaker, I apologize. The Honourable Member, I apologize. The Honourable Member then wanted to offer suggestions for consideration, and the Honourable Member was followed by her colleagues. The member sat in the committee. Her former colleagues in local government added their voices to the process at length, and coming out of that process, this report was completed, it was presented, and now members are coming here to give suggestions. Madam Speaker, this country has been consulting on local government reform for nearly a century. And now, with this single step we're embarking upon today, will result in what will be some of the most fundamental changes to a structure that still bears vestiges of our colonial past. Madam Speaker, I took careful note of the points of objection, as few as they were, raised by the opposition's minority report. And in particular, their lament over the insufficiency of consultation, which has been mirrored here today. Madam Speaker, given that we have been at this for almost 100 years, how much more consultation do they expect? How else, or who else should the JSC should have consulted with when all 14 municipal and regional corporations were invited to and also submitted reports as part of the process? How many more persons should the JSC have consulted with when this bill emerged from the public consultations? Now, Madam Speaker, I do not want to incur your wrath, so I will simply state that my colleagues have addressed this at length. I know that, Madam Speaker, and I will not bear your standing to call me on tedious repetition. I just want to point out, Madam Speaker, that coming out of those consultations, 3,600 persons attended. Over 300 questions and comments were recorded addressing issues related to human resources, accountability as raised by my colleague from Mayaro, efficiency and politics in terms of how we resolve conflicts. How much longer do they expect us to engage in this process of consultation? Madam Speaker, the member for Arima, the Minister of Planning and Development, looked at the bill from the perspective of planning and development. It is very difficult for me to sit here and not see it through the lens of my own portfolio. And the truth is, Madam Speaker, that I see an ongoing strategy of the opposition to stall and to stymie this government at every turn, refusing to support legislation such as this, in which they fully participated in, and then they come to the House and play victim, Madam Speaker. And this victim playing was carried out at the very beginning by the Honourable Member for St. Augustine and followed on by the Member for Shogunas East, when they came and in their comments spoke about this government chastising the opposition for exercising its minority voice, and that this government had rejected their minority report. Reject what? Madam Speaker, one of the tenets of democracy is that majority rules, and that we understand that in that you also need to respect the rights of the individual and the minority. However, Madam Speaker, all rights come with responsibilities, and if it is that the members opposite want their voices to be heard, if they want their voices to be respected, then be responsible with your voice. Stop using it for bacchanal. Stop using it for misinformation and for misdirection at every turn. Madam Speaker, again worked up, but it's largely because I come to this debate not like some opposite as a disinterested observer, but I come to this debate as someone who has worked intimately with the local government infrastructure, both as a councillor and as chairman of the Diego Martin Regional Corporation. So I know that of which I speak. I have seen the highs and the lows of local government. I understand the very real financial challenges that local government has and the knock-on effects of that on the operations of regional corporations. But what is vexing to me are these circular arguments being advanced by members opposite, somehow as justification for why they don't support the recommendations of the report and they don't support the work of the committee. The first argument, Madam Speaker, starts somewhere in the middle and don't end anywhere in particular. And it is that while we are here speaking, while we are here as a result of understanding the many woes and challenges associated with local government, while we are here advancing the recommendations of the committee, which they participated in, they come here and choose to discuss at length the very challenges of local government that are the grounds for the work of the committee, the report that they generated, and the recommendations arising out of that report. Madam Speaker, what other reason could there be for that course of action other than to continue advancing this agenda of negativity in the country? Madam Speaker, the second circular argument is this constant narrative coming out of one side of their mouth, where they speak about they understand and they support local government reform, but where is the funding going to come for all this reform? And out of the other side of their mouth, they take the position that they are not supporting property tax. And and Madam Speaker, we saw on the opening day where the MP for Bridgestone and Goodyear continued this with her version of how we could expect people to pay property tax when we have to drive on roads with potholes. Madam Speaker, what does the member think the purpose of property tax is, if not to deal with those things in particular? Madam Speaker, as a personal testament, I try to walk in my constituency every week. And I always try to walk with the councillor for the district in which I am working, because I understand that most of the issues that impact citizens on a daily basis in this country are to be dealt with as a function of local government. But very often, the same councillor has to turn and lean on me for the support needed to get the simplest things done. Potholes, minor repairs to curbs and drains, minor construction like garbage enclosures, and of course more major things like forming roads. The councillors understand, given their challenges, that it is very difficult to do as much as they can for as many as they can. These are the very issues that property tax will impact. So when we have members opposite coming to politicize the entire thing, saying that we only bring in it because of election coming, and that's why we bring in it to fund the election, of course not. This government is committed to local government reform because this government is committed to delivering to the citizens of this country. Madam Speaker, some of the hardest working representatives can be found in local government. There are countless local government councillors laboring in the vineyards, and this report and the accompanying bill recognizes the immensity of their contribution. The paradigm shifts that are contained in Clause 3 of the bill revolutionizes entirely the way in which local government and its practitioners are treated. Madam Speaker, there are scores of councillors who, having completed their tour of duty, will go home without a pension because they have received an honorarium as opposed to a negotiated remuneration package. And by way of example, I think of my ex-colleague in local government, the Councillor Terry Rondon, who having given the burgesses of Sangli Grande Regional Corporation and the constituents of Toko Matlot in particular everything that he has, when he decides to retire, he will do so under this current arrangement. He will do so with nothing but gratis. He will do so with nothing but the good wishes and prayers of all those people that he has impacted over the many years of service that he has given to the people of Toko Matlot, to the Corporation of Toko Sangli Grande, and the nation in general. Madam Speaker, we know that Terry is not alone in that scenario, and there are councillors who are represented by members on both sides of this aisle to whom this tragedy will apply. The proposed legislation before us, however, at long last, provides a remedy for that injustice, Madam Speaker. And additionally, I also welcome the move to extend the term of office from 3 years to 4 years as well, because in this it harmonizes and it sort of flattens the curve existing between the assemblymen in the THA and local government councillors in Trinidad. Madam Speaker, there was a comment earlier, I believe by the MP from Mayaro, about how are we going to ensure that we have citizens participating. Well, by the creation of an executive council that is separate and apart to, but still accountable to, the municipal council, the elected members, what we have is a feature in this bill that pushes it squarely into the realm of 21st century politics. And in determining the composition of the executive, the mayor or the chairman has the latitude to appoint persons with specific skills and competencies as secretaries to spearhead those specific divisions. And I wanted to give an idea to the House about those divisions. Now, this is something that right now is not possible, and it is something when it is legislated, is going to marry accountability with that expanded responsibility and resourcing, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, each corporation shall establish divisions. This is under 35A1, dealing with the responsibility of divisions of a corporation. Each corporation shall establish divisions with the following responsibilities: corporate services, finance planning and allocation of resources, internal audit. That by itself reeks of accountability. Sport and youth development, recreation grounds and public spaces, public health and sanitation and the environment, spatial planning and building inspectorate, monitoring and evaluation. Madam Speaker, when taken in their totality, the new features of this bill will lead even more people and quite possibly even more professionals to actually consider a career in politics, beginning and in many cases remaining at the local level, bringing the best and the brightest to representation. What more could we want? But also in some cases, we will have these professionals transitioning into central government. What happens there is that we will have representatives who are better equipped to represent because they understand the granular level of representation, having come from local government. And when I sit here and I see my brothers and sisters from local government that would have come from local government with me, and the MP for Dabadi O'Meara, the MP for Point Fortin, and the MP for Toko Sandy Grandi, among others, because we are full of them on this side, I know that in our case, that experience at local government served us well. And I would expect to see more members of Parliament coming through as a result of this reform, coming through the process, understanding representation, and being able to deliver representation at a much higher level to the citizens to whom they have been, or to whom that responsibility has been tasked. Madam Speaker, one of the most momentous shifts emanating out of the proposed bill before us is the conferring of financial autonomy on municipal and regional corporations. This ability to retain specific taxes, and we know what we're talking about, those taxes collected within the boundaries of the corporation, will place regional and municipal corporations in a position to determine their own spending and saving patterns. So by carefully analyzing the quantum of income that they are likely to receive from these taxes, what happens is the corporations will now be in a better position to plan their work program, to determine how many people they could employ, to determine what projects they can undertake, and of course, how to prioritize those projects, because they will be able to do that without having recourse to any form of approval from central government. You see, that level of autonomy, balanced with the accountability of the Executive Council to the Municipal Council, can only positively impact the delivery of services to the residents of the regional corporations. Member of Parliament for Mayaro, this is a clear example of increased accountability that comes along with an increased ability to deliver. But of course, Madam Speaker, that spending is not only going to be limited to physical infrastructure. I am particularly excited to see the impact of this reform on the municipal police across all 14 corporations. I'm particularly excited to see how a well-resourced municipal police infrastructure can positively impact communities with that soft side of policing that they are so well poised to deliver, and to see how that impact plays out in policing and in criminality on a national level. Madam Speaker, this level of fiscal independence will undoubtedly mute the annual cries, and we heard it today, of geographical discrimination emanating from those on the other side. And again, today's events, and in particular, the participation by the MP for Oropuch West, leaves me to conclude that rather than rejoice in these developments, they prefer to not see it happen. Hence their refusal to support the committee's final report. In the same way, they don't want to support the Superior Regional Corporation's stated desire to join with the Diego Martin Regional Corporation in being elevated to the status of a borough under this PNM government. Madam Speaker, the experience from across jurisdictions around the world shows that decentralization of the decision-making process and the devolution of authority, when properly implemented, which it will be, is one of the most powerful tools to reduce poverty and inequality, to accelerate rural development, an argument being put forward by those on the other side, and enhance the participation of citizens in their own development. Multiple studies of decentralization in jurisdictions like Tanzania and Uganda and Indonesia and India, and there are many, there are others because there are many, all highlight the positive impact that decentralized administrations can have on unlocking the potential of regions, on improving services to people, and stimulating citizen participation in decision making. You see, Madam Speaker, when administrative decentralization is matched with fiscal decentralization, Trinidad and Tobago will finally be on a path to accelerated and sustained local development, bringing long-term benefits to all residents in all regional and municipal corporations. And that, Madam Speaker, in accordance with this government's manifesto, in accordance with our Vision 2030, in accordance with our roadmap to recovery, is the best way to ensure that no citizen is left behind. Madam Speaker, as I close, I want to offer my colleagues on the other side a few words of caution. You see, when the history of local government reform in this country is written, their names will be recognized as those who opposed a giant step towards the modernization of governance in this country. They will be remembered as having refused to put country before party, and they will be remembered as having not supported the efforts to legislate this hands-on system of governance. This system of governance which will ultimately and which will definitively bring government closer to the people. Madam Speaker, as the person blessed with the awesome responsibility of representing the constituents of Diego Martin Central, as a former councillor and as a former chairman of the Diego Martin Regional Corporation, I am of the considered view that the legislative advancements being proposed today are best suited to actualize real and progressive change in our lives and can only redound to the benefit of the good citizens of this nation. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Member for Point Fortier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. For this opportunity to contribute in this historic and most progressive motion to adopt the report of the Joint Select Committee, the Miscellaneous Provisions Local Government Reform Bill 2020. Indeed, Madam Speaker, us being here today, us being assembled here today, Madam Speaker, is a significant achievement for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And Madam Speaker, alas, local government reform is here and here to stay. Madam Speaker, I pride myself to be the Member of Parliament alongside my colleague for Dabidi O'Meara as members coming through all phases of local government. In 2020, I would have made it 10 years of service to local government, Madam Speaker. I was once the youngest councillor at the Point Fortin Borough Corporation in 2010, and I became the youngest deputy mayor in 2016, and in my short term, I was the youngest mayor in the borough of Point Fortin in 2019. So Madam Speaker, the recommendations, so when I say that the recommendations from the Joint Select Committee on Local Government Reform is transformational and significant in terms of advancing the cause of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, I say this with authority and experience, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Local Government Reform Bill has 3 distinct features that I would develop in my contribution. The first is that local government reform expands the organizational structure of the municipalities and develops a clear separation of powers. Secondly, it offers municipalities economic security and autonomy. And thirdly, it provides legal framework for the recognition of greater autonomy. Madam Speaker, I've listened to the members opposite, interested to hear their perspective and contributions to the development of this bill. And in their usual way, they continue to disappoint, but not surprise. Madam Speaker, for an opposition whose leader considers local government reform to be a demotion and a law, shows us that they do not wish to see the municipal corporations, no matter the political persuasion, transform in a way comprehensively to serve the citizens and the burgesses. Madam Speaker, local government in many aspects are held in more regard than central government because it touches and affects the daily lives and livelihoods of the people of this country, Madam Speaker. Last week, Madam Speaker, I launched a series of conversations called Let's Talk Point Fortin, where I share with the constituents the plan to transform the constituency through my collaboration with relevant ministries and central government agencies. And I must say, it was well received by the communities we attended thus far. But interestingly, I noted that during the question and answer segment, over 98% of the questions concerned local government, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that goes to show the impactful nature of local government and the goods and services that they provide. And also, based on the questions, the constraints and how they affect the people negatively. The analogy is that whilst I appreciate the good work my government is doing in youth development, they may be frustrated because of the drain at the back of their home. It's in a dilapidated or deplorable condition. And that is of great concern to them and their family. Matter of fact, the entire community. And whilst they may be happy, and whilst I may be happy, Madam Speaker, to see my government performing exceedingly well in managing us out of the pandemic, we are challenged because the street that you may be passing on may be in a state of disrepair. What those examples tell us, Madam Speaker, is that local government addresses those issues that face the people of this country immediately on a daily basis. In addressing those immediate challenges, local government bodies, especially the elected officials responsible, are frustrated to the point that they are unable to deliver on basic necessities to the burgesses of which they have to face every day. Not because they want to ignore or are lazy, but because of severe limitations, whether it be bureaucratic, red tape, or lack of resources to deliver. And Madam Speaker, this legislation recognizes those challenges and now seek to substantially reform local government sector from where it is now to where we have been hoping and seeking for time memorial. All in all, Madam Speaker, this legislation will transform lives, save people, provide for the people, give opportunities for the people, and substantially serve the people in a way that our citizens deserve. So when we listen to the nitpicking from the opposition on this bill, when I hear the unfounded arguments raised by the opposition on this topic, I question if our colleagues are really interested to see a better living for the citizenry, or are they concerned in being anti-PNM, which is an unfortunate that the people of this country must bear witness to our baseless contributions from the opposition, adding little to no merit to what this highly progressive legislation would bring. From their 4-line contribution in the report to their disjointed contributions in the House, it is clear that the opposition has no valuable point to discredit this bill. And I must congratulate the government of Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker, under the vision of our Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, and all those who worked in the GSC for presenting an outstanding piece of legislation, since the opposition is out of words, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I move into my initial point, which is what the reform legislation provides for greater organizational structure and separation of powers in local government municipalities, the local government reform established 3 branches of local government. The first is the creation of a new executive council, establishing roles and responsibilities for the municipal council and clearing the duties of the administrative branch of municipalities. Madam Speaker, for the citizens that are listening to this debate, and especially the constituents living in Point Fortin, the Borough Corporation, or in the Superior Regional Corporation, I want to explain what these branches of local government would mean to them. Madam Speaker, the Municipal Council. The renewed mandate that has been given to the Municipal Council of the corporation is a progressive one. One that is built in democracy. We see a new section being added that provides the responsibility of the Municipal Council that consists of all elected councillors and selected aldermen with the mayor and deputy mayor. This section defines the responsibilities that include 1. Making standing orders and bylaws for the good governance of the corporation. 2. Exercising oversight over the activities of the corporation and executive council. 3. Representing the interests and concerns of burgesses and citizens, as well as raising grievances and service delivery requests to various divisions. 4. Approving the budget of the corporation, and much more. These responsibilities give our municipal corporation parliamentary responsibilities. It would be the local parliament of the municipalities, if we're breaking it down, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, in the current system, there is no provision for that. My experience, Madam Speaker, is that within the present situation, while there exists collaboration with the council, the main responsibility for the budget submissions lies with the administrative arm of a regional corporation. While some councils, it may not be an issue. For many, it would mean that the plans and vision of that council for the period that they are elected for can be stymied or downright disregarded if the administration feels like it. After all, the people voted for a councillor to represent them, and he or she must have an impact on the decision-making responsibility of that municipality. The Executive Council. Madam Speaker, a major highlight of this local government reform package is the introduction of an Executive Council that acts like a local cabinet of the municipalities. The Executive Council will be a smaller group of councillors and aldermen that would be assigned responsibilities of the visions of the municipality. They would be responsible for coordinating the operations of the new divisions, approving plans and programs for the divisions, responsible for daily management of the corporation, etc. All provided in Section 33C. The Executive Council would give the community a greater hand in managing local affairs because there will be the creation of the visions in a similar system to our sister isle in the Tobago House of Assembly. These divisions would be established to conduct the affairs of the corporation under the responsibilities in Section 35A. We would soon have divisions responsible for finance, resources and planning, community development, youth and sport, public health, social services, disaster management, spatial planning and buildings, municipal security, infrastructure and development. This would create greater opportunities for our people in terms of employment, as well as creating responsible arms of the municipality that is headed by a councillor or alderman with requisite allocations for service delivery. This is a change in system where all the needs of the local government body are centralized in the municipal council alone, which is very onerous and anti-productive. Additionally, councillors and aldermen would now have expanded capacity, as those who would be on the Executive Council will now have to utilize their skill set, knowledge, and experience in directing the affairs of the respective divisions. The administration. The old structure of how employees are hired at a corporation is highly archaic and effective to the needs of the communities within the corporation. The local government reform promises to allow the Executive Council to finally be the employer of persons working in every division of the corporation. Madam Speaker, there were many times as a councillor, as an alderman, or even as a mayor, when people would come to you seeking employment. I live in right opposite the borough, and I want to have 5 days. And as a councillor, as a deputy mayor, as a mayor, you couldn't have employed that person. You had no authority to help that person who was living right next to the corporation to even get a day within the corporation, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is how you can assist those living within your municipality. Financial autonomy. Madam Speaker, I observed that members opposite complained. The member for Moruga Tableland explained the challenges at the Princestown Regional Corporation and the lack of funding to do projects. I saw the member for Couva North share the challenges in Shogunas as well. Madam Speaker, yes indeed, local government districts, whether PNM or UNC led, are all challenged with low resources and funding. However, I seem not to understand their complaint, because this bill is addressing those said challenges and issues that we have been dealing with for years. It seems as though the argument is that they want more funding for local government, but at the same time, they don't want property tax that will offer some millions of dollars yearly to the corporations. My question, Madam Speaker, to the opposition is then, what is the alternative source of funding do you, as a responsible opposition, suggest for corporations to receive in the administration of their duties to the citizenry? The fact is, Madam Speaker, as mentioned by the Finance Minister, they lack the intellectual capacity to even offer one sustainable recommendation to advance the corporation's resources. And Madam Speaker, local government reform would establish a relationship directly between the cabinet and the municipality, in that when corporations present their budget, it goes directly to the Finance Ministry for consideration and allocation. It would take out an old system that requires local government bodies to submit proposals for funding, to be at the graces of the public servant at the Ministry of Local Government. Madam Speaker, a system should not be where things close to life and death, according to the member for Muruga, should be decided on by public officials at the ministry and out of the hands of the corporation and the people that were selected by the electorate to seek their interests. Madam Speaker, I'm going to share a few experiences that I've had while practicing at local government. We all know that local government has been under-resourced, but it just didn't happen like that. There were many times as a councillor, Madam Speaker, I joined the working team, and I call them team because they use the word, some corporations still use the word gang, but I prefer not to use that word. So I joined the working team, and I rallied the members on that team. And I put on our boots, Madam Speaker, and I asked them to outwork me, just because, as a councillor, I felt it was necessary to drive the work. So I had to lead from the front from since then. But you are not going to get every councillor to do that. Madam Speaker, sometimes we even had to get people in the community, in the local village council, in local parlance, to chichi up, so that we could buy material to execute some of the works within the electoral district that was necessary for the people living within those electoral districts or municipalities. That was necessary. Things that the regional corporation could not afford or didn't have releases for, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also take the opportunity to highlight some of the things that were said by the honourable member for Mayaro. And I took note. One of the things he said is the consideration for postponing of property tax. And the honourable member for Arima would have explained to him that Trinidad is one of the only places in this world that does not collect some form of rates and taxes. So whether we call it property tax, or whether we call it rates and taxes, that tax is going to go right back into the system, where people can see that is going right back into the system, Madam Speaker, where people can see where their money is spent. The sidewalk that is needed to be fixed, that is going to take care of that. He spoke about equity in regional corporations, and if you go right back earlier into the presentation, when we spoke about the municipal councils, spoke about the equity. He said about inequality of allocation of funds. That is going to treat with when we have the property taxes come in, you collect the money, you spend the money. Madam Speaker, he spoke also about money for water trucking, and that is a funny thing, Madam Speaker, because while in the Miaro Rio Claro Regional Corporation they may need money for water trucking, in the Point Fortin Borough Corporation we don't need money for water trucking. We have 2 water trucks. You may need money for something else. Hence, the Executive Council, the Municipal Council, they have the ability to create and make their own budgets from day one, from ball one. So, you would now have the ability to input what you want into your budget. So then you can have the ability to request and spend what you have, because you would have done that for you. In Point Fortin, Madam Speaker, we may not need water trucking, but we may need money on that Sport and Culture Fund. We may need money somewhere else. Say we protested the delays in releases. That is another function of the present system. There are going to be delays in releases. Because what happens in this system, Madam Speaker, is that you identify you want to do this project. This project is then sent up. You must get approval from a statutory meeting. At the statutory meeting, you get the approval. The administration now puts together that package, which may take a week or 2, depending on how deep the package is. Take a week or 2. It is then sent to courier to the Ministry of Local Government. You may sit on somebody's desk for a couple of days if they don't understand the need for it right now. Then after they review that, it may have a couple errors, so it comes back to the regional corporation. When it comes back to the regional corporation, they deal with the errors. It goes back to the Ministry of Local Government, and that process sometimes, it sounds simple, but it's 3 months already. So when you are given an allocation under this present system, and you have to spend that within the 12 months, and every councillor would know, if you don't apply for your releases by August, you're not getting that releases, Madam Speaker. So this, Madam Speaker, this Executive Council will be able to treat with some of these very issues, this delays, this very issue in terms of the delays, because they no longer go into the Ministry of Local Government. So 3 months gone, they're going straight to the Ministry of Finance. A back and forth, a direct relationship between the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Local Government, Madam Speaker. So the pothole, so we no longer would have honourable members teaming up with members in various constituencies wearing black and coming out to name the street after the local government minister, Madam Speaker. Right? Yeah, black, whatever color they want to wear. Sometimes they wear black, they're holding candlelight vigils for. Madam Speaker, this is going to create this. Madam Speaker, this is going to create the atmosphere and the change that we want to see in local government. So they can spin it how they want to spin it. Because I am born and bred out of local government, I understand this. And when you read through this legislation, Madam Speaker, it's complete. You are not going to get it perfect one time, but it must be started. And then when it starts, Point Fortin Borough Corporation, Madam Speaker, became a borough in 1980. And a series of steps. Then there was, in 1990, there was another act. And that created, and that changed the whole dynamic of how we function. And today, we are bringing now the local government reform to change the game again, to bring it light years to where it is from where it is now. And this must happen for the people of Trinidad and Tobago to understand to appreciate the need for a councillor. Sometimes as a councillor, Madam Speaker, somebody come and say, councillor, you can catch something in that hole, and you go down to the corporation yard, and not a bucket of stone that have in the yard, Madam Speaker. And that sometimes that is not only allocation, that is not only allocations on lack of money, sometimes it's lack of foresight. Sometimes lack of foresight. What we must understand, allocation of resources has always been a council function. So sometimes you have councillors dancing around and blaming the Minister of Works, and the Minister of Works in fix the road, and he do this, and he do that, and he do the other. Sometimes you can do your work. Sometimes the councillor itself can do his work and understand that road, even though it's large, it falls under his responsibility to get done. The new local government minister said 80% of the road network in this country falls under local government. Madam Speaker, he had $3 million to do 80% of work under this thing. How could you do that? 80% of the road network. $3 million will not fix that. That is why the property tax is necessary, Madam Speaker. And the members opposite would say that the property tax is not necessary. And they would go on a rant and a rave and try to put things in the minds of the public. But it is necessary to even fix the things that right in front of you, in front of your doorstep. He also spoke about scavenging and disaster relief. But in my time as a councillor, Madam Speaker, I can tell you a little thing about scavenging. One thing you always get is money to pay to pick up garbage, Madam Speaker. Always have money to pick up garbage. And you also always have money for workers. So sometimes you have money under recurrent expenditure to pay workers. We have no money to buy material. And you see lack of funding. You see lack of funding, but that is why the property tax will treat with that. That is why the property tax will treat with that. And I know you're walking a little bit later, honorable member. But it also means that I will repeat what I said. Allocation of resources is always a council function. So sometimes when you do have material, it's not the minister or local government to blame. Sometimes the council didn't have that foresight that they may need a couple loads of material down the road. Madam Speaker, I just want to bring some of my local government or former local government colleagues and some of the issues that they would have brought to me. You always get personal expenditure and scavenging money release, always. So that speaks to the point that the honourable member from Mayaro spoke to. Materials and supplies are always challenges, Madam Speaker. Another challenge they have is the quality of staff at various corporations. Because if we are trying to build something that is excellent in local government reform, we also have to deal with training. And the training is provided in this bill, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, he also spoke about efficiency and effectiveness. That will take care of itself in training. Participation from burgesses. The burgesses has always participated in local government because program and works are made because of the requests from the public. So it's a lot more could be said under reform and local government, Madam Speaker. But I here stand to represent the people of Point Fortin, Madam Speaker. I here to represent this government, Madam Speaker, and the trust towards local government reform. I say today that it is necessary, and I say to the colleagues opposite us that support this, and you would have to spend less time in the hot sun protesting for things that it could be fixed under local government reform. No. And Madam Speaker, in closing, I want to say thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to bring this. And we must understand that Trinidad and Tobago is more than politics. Trinidad and Tobago is about people. So whether you're from Siparia, whether you're from Penal, whether you're from Debe, whether you're from Point Fortin, Princestown, Port of Spain, We are one people. And this, and this reform, Madam Speaker, is going to help everyone. Thank you.
Member for Tobago West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this debate this afternoon on local government reform in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, I am the fourth speaker today, and you would note that I am the... Madam Speaker, 1 second. They sprayed here with I don't know if it's Lysol or what, but it's making me want to cough. So 1 second, please.
Come out for a little while. Put on your mask and come out for a little while. Check. Come out for a little while. Speak. You'll speak from there with your mask on. Yes?
Madam Speaker, just for clarification, I know the rule is if you are speaking from your desk, you can only speak for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Would that apply in this case?
It will. So it's either she goes to the other one or we wait a little while.
Would she be able to speak with a mask on in the booth?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I'll do my best, Madam Speaker. It's a little better. Whatever the substance they're using to spray, it gave me a reaction. Yeah. But I'll do the best that I can. It's better. All right. So thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this debate. This is a very important piece of legislation or motion, the report that we are asked to debate on today. This matter has been on the order paper for quite some time, so I know members opposite and members of the government have been very excited about being able to contribute. Oftentimes in this country we cry out for local government reform, putting power in the hands of the people, putting power where it matters most. Madam Speaker, you would note that I am the third consecutive speaker on the side of the government. It's quite unfortunate that in our usual arrangement of debating where one person from the government, one person from the opposition, today I'm speaking as the third consecutive person from the government. The opposition is not serious about local government in Trinidad and Tobago. If they were serious, Madam Speaker, they would have found themselves here in the chamber to participate in this important debate, Madam Speaker. I'm the third consecutive speaker. Where are the contributors from the opposite side for this debate? Madam Speaker, this is important business. We all represent constituents. All these burgesses that we are talking about are their constituents. But they would find time to make chaos, confusion, and bacchanal, saying that there isn't enough money, local government doesn't have enough power. And when it's your time to come here to make contribution to legislation, to make contribution to this motion, to make contribution to this report, Madam Speaker, you are nowhere to be found. That is disrespectful, not only to this parliament, but to the people you represent. And then you are the same people who find the time, the energy, and the resources to go out there, rally people to protest, rile up people for protest action, burning tires, and then having the nerve to come to the parliament after in your smoky clothes with grease under your tire, grease under your finger, to come to give people the impression that this government is not supporting local government reform and not providing finance and resources to the people who you represent. Here is your opportunity to really make a contribution to what we are doing. This is 63 years of research. 63 years of consultation, government after government, administration after administration. This policy is going to benefit the PNM side, benefit the UNC side, and benefit any other political party or person that is interested in making a useful and impactful contribution to the development of each and every district. This is where we are supposed to speak up and make these contributions, and the opposition is nowhere to be found. On a day like this, we started in the morning, Madam Speaker, in order to facilitate sufficient speakers so that we can make our contributions. And they are opposing with no proper reason, opposing for opposition's sake. Because at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, these provisions are being made to bring government to the people, and it is going to benefit every single body, every single representative, and the people you represent. So I see this as a disrespect, Madam Speaker, and I expect better from the opposition. And if there's something that you don't like, then say so, and have us not waste our time by having these conversations and having 63 years of work go down the drain. Madam Speaker, it was 2014, and I was sitting in the front row at a PNM convention. I think it was Queen's Park, Savannah. And the topic of the convention was local government reform and giving internal self-government to Tobago. That was 2014, Madam Speaker. That is 8 years ago. That became a PNM policy for us, and we continued the work started years ago, decades ago, and we reaffirmed our commitment to put power in the hands of the people where it matters most, Madam Speaker. We fulfill, when we won election, Madam Speaker, we fulfill our promise by making it a priority or first order of business, not just being a part of Vision 2020, but also Vision 2030. And Franklin Can, may God bless his sweet soul, went on a mission from constituency to constituency, conducting different consultations and so on. And everybody, every nook and cranny, they even went to Tobago to get the feedback from Tobago. So we all had an opportunity to make a contribution. And separate and apart from that, when it was brought to cabinet, to the parliament, we had joint select committee to allow everybody to have their say, Madam Speaker. So I'm proud. I feel happy to be here. Older than I am. I'm only 40 years old, Madam Speaker. This is 63 years of hard work on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. If anybody, if you believe in democracy, how dare you stand up against this? If you believe in national development, if you really care and love the people you represent, and you want to see them get a better life and a better future, How dare you object to putting power in the hands of the people? I am pleased to be here, Madam Speaker. This is not just about the legacy of the People's National Movement, making the hard decisions and taking the necessary actions to advance the people, the economy, the nation of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, this is intelligent leadership, intelligent and aspiring leadership on the part of our Prime Minister, Dr. the Honorable Keith Christopher Rowley. This is about vision. Because year after year, election after election, Madam Speaker, different leaders dangle in front the face of the population local government reform. For some, local government reform meant putting on your rubber boots and playing around, as Satmaraj say, in the water, in the muddy water. That meant local government representation to them. Madam Speaker, I sat on the opposition side as a senator when they were proposing to give each constituency $1 million, and they changed up the set of local government. At that point in time, it was towards their benefit, Madam Speaker. We supported that which was in the best interest of Trinidad and Tobago, and we said when we take office, we are going to do our part to empower people and empower communities through local government reform. And here we are, Tobago. I'm happy to stand. Here we are today, Madam Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm happy to be a part of this. And I'm hoping and trusting that good sense would prevail and we will get the necessary support and the necessary votes today and whenever the vote is called in order to bring this to reality. Madam Speaker, I stand here as a Tobagonian. As a Tobagonian who have seen the benefit of having a Tobago House of Assembly, where we have the autonomy and the responsibility to chart our own development, to develop our own blueprint for advancement, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to look at national policy and tailor it to fit all people and all situation and all circumstances, to the point where there are people who participate in Tobago House of Assembly elections that do not participate in national, in central government election, because we feel a sense of pride and purpose and place by being able to influence the decision-making process. We feel like we belong, like this is our thing, like this is our Tobago. And the beauty of it, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that localized, customized, decentralized type of leadership where I, as an MP, I would walk the constituency and the secretaries or the assemblymen, they know the people, they know their circumstances, they know their situation.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, 48.1, this motion is not about the Tobago House of Assembly.
Thank you. Overruled.
Hello. Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So, you see, and this is it, they don't understand, because Section 33 of this said legislation speaks to using the Tobago House of Assembly model to give you self-sufficient regional corporations, utilizing the same type of system that was used and procedures and processing that was used to empower the people of Tobago so that we can chart our own destiny and create our own blueprint to development. You see, Mr. Deputy Speaker, they didn't even read the report. They didn't read the report, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And they're here making all these statements and rallying up people not to support when they have no clue what this thing is all about. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is unfortunate because we have a group of people who have organized themselves or who are prepared to be obstructionists, and they are willing to do anything and everything that would destroy this government and this people or people's journey to a brighter future. It is about political aggrandizement for them, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, 48.4 and 48.6. There's nobody on this side seeking to destroy the people of Trinidad and Tobago.
Overruled.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Who the cap fit, feel free to wear it. this is all about making services to the people more customized, or should I say more people-oriented. In this decentralized type of governance, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's about improving transparency and accountability. When I sat opposite as an opposition senator, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I was a member of the Joint Select Committee with responsibility for providing oversight to local government bodies. And I could recall bringing local government bodies to the Parliament for investigation and interrogation. And oftentimes, the members of the local government body cannot answer the questions being posed to them because the reports are dated. So they're being asked questions about issues that took place 10 years ago, 15 years ago, because the current system does not provide proper oversight. So there's lack of transparency and accountability. And therefore, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, should I say their burgesses or constituents, don't get value for money and don't get the type of service that they deserve. In this new dispensation, or should I say this new proposal, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are putting a stop to that. We are putting a stop to that, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This system that currently exists creates the appropriate situation for corruption. We need more transparency. We need more oversight in local government. And this is what we are set out here to do. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think that what we are doing here today also provides the opportunity for people who are not so much interested in being a part of the bigger political parties now, but they want to make a difference within their communities. They can start right within their communities in local government, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So it provides avenue for young people to get involved. It provides the opportunity for more political competition, and that could only augur well for our democracy. This is about deepening democracy and putting the power in the hands of the people. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to stand here also as Minister of Community Development. Because where we sit in Port of Spain, we are responsible for providing development and providing projects and programs to over 10 administrative districts throughout Trinidad. Not so much Tobago, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because we have the Tobago House of Assembly in Tobago. And even as a Minister of Sport, the responsibility for sport development in Tobago is under the Tobago House of Assembly. So they are responsible, the Tobago House of Assembly is responsible for preparing athletes for competitions, for the different facilities in Tobago, for the different programs, for the welfare of sport. So if the Tobago House of Assembly feel like they want to open a school to promote training for young students or young athletes, the Tobago House of Assembly can go ahead and do so, and they don't have to ask a question to central government because the Tobago House of Assembly has full responsibility. That is the kind of energy, that is the kind of direction that we are promoting with this legislation. And you know, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as central government, you see this process or this fight for more power by the local communities throughout the world. After democracy, the most revolutionary part of power sharing and so on within, let's say, the last 50 years or so had been decentralization of administrative responsibilities, different responsibilities, devolution of power and authority, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So we as a government, oftentimes local communities have to fight central government to get power. Here we as a government recognizing, acknowledging and embracing that it would redound to our benefit even as central government if we put more power in the hands of local government. It means better representation. It means the people get the opportunity to say exactly what they want and what direction they want to go. This thing should be so customized, so pointed, so targeted, where councillors and aldermen know just exactly how many unemployed people are in their area, how many people are underemployed, who needs training in what, who are really your needy families, which families have issues relating to child abuse and so on. By giving these responsibilities to these electoral districts, as we say in Tobago, as you say in Trinidad, these different regional corporations, it helps the Children's Authority, it helps the ministries, it helps central government to function better. Because while we sit in Port of Spain, you have representatives and people with real power, real authority, and the ability to respond quickly to these issues, taking care or treating with matters in a way that best suits the people of that specific area. What is good for Penal may not be what is good for Port of Spain. Yes, some of the processes and procedures you establish for one area may not be suited for another. And this is the type of customization that is taking place as we go from community to community. We can utilize different corporations or areas for pilot projects. Look at skills development and employment. Develop the development of contractors from right within your area, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This proposal or this report before us is geared towards expanding public health, municipal policing, spatial planning and building inspectorate, disaster management, repairs and maintenance of public buildings. And it goes further in expanding their authority to economic research for your specific area, planning for your specific area, monitoring and evaluation of your performance, creating and developing entrepreneurs, building relationships with civil society. So church groups, youth groups, women groups, sport groups, all have the opportunity now to really influence the process towards improving the lot. Not for central government, but more so for you, the people, the grassroots. This is about putting power in the hands of the grassroots. So that is why, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am befuddled as to why an opposition or why members of areas like Pointe-à-Pierre, Siparia, Naparima, who's not here, St. Augustine, who's not here, Couva, who's not here, Princestown, who's not here, Oropouche East, who's not here. And yes, a number of people have gone out to lunch, but Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is our business. This is our business as leaders of this country. The cry of local government have rested heavily on our hands and on our heads for quite a long time. It is our responsibility as leaders from both sides of the fence to advance this cause in the best interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, no matter which side of the political divide that they stand. So understand my disappointment today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, by the lack of participation of the opposition and the lack of their support in advancing 63 years of hard work, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I do recall a couple of years ago, we had a political meeting, I think it was in Couva. And upon leaving the political meeting, a group of people gathered to protest because a road or a bridge hadn't been built for them to access their homes. And they were properly well organized to come out and protest because their leaders and their folks gave them the feeling or hyped them up to believe that the government is not taking care of them. So you set up yourself to properly pepper the government, but really that's a responsibility for your local government body. So as leaders, we also have a responsibility to educate our burgesses and our constituents. Because sometimes we know very well, but choose not to educate, to promote mischief. you think an MP organizing a fiery protest, get people with vehicles and tires and fuel for the fire and rhythm section and so on. I thought telling you Friday morning, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Parliament is 1:30 in the afternoon. You out there staging a fiery protest on issues that are under the remit of your regional corporation. But yet you're giving your constituents or your burgesses the feeling that, okay, this is central government treating you badly. We have a similar situation in Tobago, you know, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because you have some people who, while the Tobago THA was in power, they lambasted the Tobago THA. Yes, sir. On certain issues that under the remit of the Tobago THA.
Mr. Deputy Speaker,
and Mr. Deputy
Speaker, again, 48.1, this is not about your experiences in Tobago. This is about a motion that is specifically before the House.
Thank you, Member. Overruled.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, reading is essential, and mine is a terrible thing to waste. Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, what kind of commentary is that? How is that relevant?
You lambaste the Tobago THA about these issues, and now you or your party is in power, and these same issues that were under the Tobago THA are now under the new party's local government, THA. So these are your responsibility, and you came in with a fix-it mandate, so fix it. Blaming the PNM or blaming... No, you have to throw that away. This is your responsibility. You are in the seat of leadership. So it's important for us as leaders to, and sometimes the people truly don't know. So education of our system, as it relates to our systems, really, really important, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Explaining to the people who is responsible for what and how they can make their input in improving the lot for us all. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is fundamental, especially at this time. This is fundamental, this is revolutionary legislation, and I'm happy to be a part of the government that has placed this before the Parliament, and we are going to pass it. Come hell, high water, we are going to pass it, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because we owe this to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. The possibilities are many, and they're far-reaching. We're talking about fiscal sustainability. Oftentimes you hear people make noise about the Tobago House of Assembly having, using unspent balances and so on, and we have that ability to move monies from vote to vote. We have that ability to move money from fiscal year to fiscal year. And this legislation and what is being proposed for local government in this instance, Mr. Deputy Speaker, give them that flexibility, that access to funding, so that they can run their business accordingly and be in charge of their destiny. It doesn't get too much more democratic than that. And if it put limits on central government. So we as a central government, we are handing over power. Nobody have to fight us for it. Because we are truly about serving the people of Trinidad and Tobago and improving their lives in the best way they see fit. Moves like this help to reduce that discord between the government and the governed, because now the governed is now a part of making decisions of government. This is modern thinking. This is fresh thinking, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I'm happy to be a part of it, and we call on those who are willing to let good sense prevail. Do not let 63 years of hard work go to waste. I've seen local government councillors and aldermen, their jobs are considered part-time, and they are paid that way too. Try to take on full-time jobs, and it's just not possible because the amount of work that they have to do within their areas.
Mr.
This
Deputy Speaker,
legislation tends to
55B,
treat with
TDS
that.
repetition, everybody on that side has said the same thing. Same is.
One second. Can I rule now? Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's important to understand what we're doing, or else we could confuse the people. This is about making the people partners in national development. It's about strengthening community input in national policy making. It's about placing emphasis on community involvement in national development. It's about ascribing responsibility to communities. That's critical to their empowerment. It's critical to their productivity, their sense of belonging, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So I hope as we proceed, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that more members of Parliament would see the good in this legislation, not only for our side, but also for theirs, and most importantly, for the people we claim to love, the people we represent, the people we serve.
Member,
it's about
2 more
making
minutes.
a better and brighter Trinidad and Tobago. If our people win, then we win. If our people are in a better place, then we are in a better place too. If our people get to influence government or processes, it makes government more successful. At the end of the day, the people are going to get in the voting booth and vote who they want to. Yes? So this is going to help all of us, the PNM and the UNC and any other party to come. This is not about us today, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This is about the people. And with that said, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if this is not democracy, deepening democracy, I don't know what else is. And with that said, I thank you.
I recognize the member for Tobago East. And member, you will have 30 minutes when you commence.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to make an intervention. Jeez.
What do you, yeah.
I apologize.
Okay, member, your time commences now.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Again, my apologies. Mr. Deputy Speaker, please permit me to start my brief intervention by sharing a quote from Maynard Aurora, taken from his book titled From the Rat Race to Financial Freedom. Aurora stated, and I quote, "Got an idea to start, thinking to start, and making a commitment to start is one aspect of life. Actually, starting what you truly want to do in life is a different ball game." End quote. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the people of Trinidad, like the people of Tobago, are clamoring for local government reform, meaningful reform. And the progress has been stymied because we failed to set off from the starting line on this leg of the relay. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are not starting from scratch. We have a pretty solid foundation and a good reference point to start from and build out as we progress in response to the needs of the people and the lessons we learn. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we simply need to start this leg of the relay and push forward. Local government reform, like greater autonomy for Tobago, is needed now. And I chose that particular quote to start with, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because when we come in this honorable house and we nitpick and we nitpick and we nitpick, we do not recognize that in nitpicking, the only persons that we are hurting are the very persons we are meant to serve, to empower, and the people whose lives we are meant to change. Mr. Deputy Speaker, law by nature is not static but dynamic. As such, the opportunity for amendments to the proposed legislation that were identified by the members opposite exists now and in the future. I've listened to my colleagues opposite arguing that, we have things to fix. The legislation isn't perfect. We are unclear on certain ideas. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, isn't it better for us to at least start? Give the people a change, and then we work and build out as we go along? Because the time we are taking now to sit down here and nitpick, it doesn't bring any meaningful change to local government. It doesn't improve service delivery. It doesn't improve disaster preparedness and response. It doesn't improve social sector protection, because that should be driven from the bottom up. And it's the people who are meant to benefit should be the ones driving it. But yet we sit here and we nitpick and we debate and we argue, and the work isn't getting done in the time it should get done to affect the lives we are meant to impact. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I fully support what was proposed in the report and the legislation. And the reason why I fully support it, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I could use my own experiences as a Tobagonian, but also looking at other jurisdictions and how their local government benefit their citizenry. Mr. Deputy Speaker, local government, empowered local government, when it works, it touches the people right at the core of their souls and at their heart. It touches communities in places that they should be touched, so that persons' lives are impacted, so that they go on to become meaningful contributors to development. Mr. Deputy Speaker, governance at the local government level, when done right, results in vibrant, healthy, prosperous, safe, and sustainable communities. When the needs of citizens are placed at the core of local government and the necessary structure and systems are put in place to facilitate effective service delivery, all of society benefits. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the report notes that the bill facilitated through expanded functions of local government, enhanced service delivery, and people-driven development. This bottom-up approach, Mr. Deputy Speaker, once it is not tainted by greed, corruption, nepotism, or cronyism, will result in greater care and protection of the most vulnerable. It would result in better disaster preparedness and response. It will result in a more robust monitoring and evaluation system, just to name a few. Mr. Deputy Speaker, a lot of reference was made to the property tax, and I want to use some of my experience from the United Kingdom. In the UK, there is something called council tax. Once you are living there, you have to pay council tax. And how does council tax benefit the citizens? Mr. Deputy Speaker, I could speak from one particular council that I have experience with. At the Haringey Council, when council tax is paid by those persons living within that area, that money then goes on to empower the council to deliver services to those who are most in need in the community. I want to use childcare and protection as a starting point. In the Haringey community, we had a lot of migrant, low-income families. So those families would have needed additional support for childcare to ensure that while parents and the adults go out to earn an income, children are well cared for and protected. So under the council system, using the funds generated through the council tax, those families that would have needed subsidized childcare would have received subsidized childcare. Those families that would have needed free childcare would have received free childcare. Beyond that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for those families where children were at school and in the evenings they wouldn't have adults at home to ensure that the children were well supervised, within that particular council, arrangements were made with schools, different bodies to provide after-school care service within either at a community facility or the school, either paid or subsidized, so that children were well cared for and protected outside of the school hours. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in addition, under the Haringey Council, I'm using this to show how the local government reform can benefit our most vulnerable here in Trinidad and Tobago. At the Haringey Council, Mr. Deputy Speaker, first, as I mentioned before, it was a community where we had a lot of migrants, low-income families. And among a lot of the migrant and low-income families, swimming wasn't something that was heavily promoted. So to encourage those families to get their children involved in swimming, what was done from baby, families that could not afford to go to a regular swim club, those families were offered free or subsidized swimming lessons for mommy and baby, or guardian or childman, as they call it, and baby.
48-1, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is not relevant.
Okay, can I rule now? Proceed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the reason I'm sharing this experience is because the report clearly speaks about social protection. So I'm going to show how we can use a similar system with our empowered local government to provide services for those who are most vulnerable in Trinidad and Tobago. And as the Minister with responsibility for gender and child affairs, I must bring this perspective. Just recently, we have seen in the media where our children are coming under attack. And I'm showing how local government could put systems in place to protect them, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in terms of further strengthening the child care and protection system using local government, as councillors examine their communities, they could identify what is most needed to ensure families are serviced and families are stronger, so that we help to reduce the instances of family violence in Trinidad and Tobago. So, for example, Mr. Deputy Speaker, an executive council could decide, okay, we are going to allocate additional resources in community X to ensure that we put programs in place in our community facilities to teach about parenting skills. to teach about conflict management, to think about conflict resolution, so that we reduce the instances of family violence. Mr. Deputy Speaker, if it is determined that a particular community has a high instance of domestic violence, the Executive Council could channel the funds and the resources in that direction to ensure that the programs are in place at the community level from the bottom up to address those matters. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am surprised that my colleagues opposite aren't grasping the opportunity to jump on board and support the government with this particular effort. As a Tobagonian, I have seen where the fact that the Tobago House of Assembly has a certain level of autonomy, and we are clamoring for more in Tobago. We want more. But what we have, it has been working at its far superior, and we are seeing where in Tobago it redounds to the benefit of all communities. Now, I want to share an example. Just after the last general election, I would have started bringing my children to Trinidad with me often just to explore Trinidad and to see what is happening on this part of the nation. And they say out of the mouth of babes. I remember my daughter telling me one time we were going to a particular community. She said, "Mommy, you know, we have it real nice in Tobago." I said, "Why are you saying that?" She said, "Almost every community you pass through in Tobago, we have well-maintained playgrounds." She said, "Mommy, almost every community in Tobago you're passing through, our road networks are well developed." She said, "Mommy, but you know what?" She said, "Almost every community in Tobago, we have activities in place by our community development department for training and development." Mr. Deputy Speaker, when my daughter said that to me, it opened up my eyes, because when you're in it, you take it for granted. But if you really examine what we would have benefited from in Tobago, but because we have that level of autonomy, we don't have to wait for any minister or anybody in Trinidad to tell us how to utilize our resources. We could see how we are driving our own development. Our Executive Council, in determining the needs of our citizens in Tobago and the desire to boost business, would decide, okay, we are going to put additional funds under the division responsible for enterprise development, so that our young Tobagonian entrepreneurs will get the required funding to enhance and expand their businesses. This local government reform provides an opportunity at the local level for funds to be channeled into businesses in communities so entrepreneurs could emerge, so that businesses could grow, so that local economy could thrive, and then the overall economy of Trinidad and Tobago would develop and grow, and we all would benefit. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is a very important matter, and I would like to encourage my colleagues opposite to please let us grab hold of the baton and continue the race. We have a very solid foundation that has already been laid by successive administrations and parliaments. It is incumbent on us in this parliament, it is incumbent on all of us in this time to put our heart and our spirit and our soul into the race and continue this journey of development, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Local government reform can only change the lives of the people of Trinidad and Tobago for the better. It may not be perfect, but as I said at the start, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the law isn't meant to be static. Changes can be made, amendments can be made, we can improve as we go along, but we must start. As Aurora said, we must take that critical, much needed step and start when we indicate that we are going to start. We have been talking for far too long. Now is the time for action, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Now is the time for us to ensure that we put the systems in place to deliver to the people of Trinidad, and by extension the people of Trinidad and Tobago, the type of government and governance that would help to transform our society for the better. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to lend my voice to bring a different perspective, to demonstrate how we could help our families, our children, our most vulnerable by making the right step today and starting our leg of the race in ensuring that local government reform does occur. I thank you.
Honourable members, at this time, I'd just like to announce that we will have a slight delay due to the consecutive speaking on one side. So we'll have a little, probably 1 to 2 minutes delay in entering the booth to safeguard, any situation. Right? So I'll call on you shortly, member. Honourable members, the sitting is still in progress. Toko Sandy Grandi, and remember you have 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to present in this very important Local Government Reform Bill 2020. It is my understanding, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that this is intended to bring the government or its services closer to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me put on the record my experiences in local government. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I had a short stint in the local government arena. And my colleagues on this side who were in local government would want to agree with me on some of the experiences that I would like to share and put on the record here for the national public about local government. Mr. Deputy Speaker, local government reform, I must say, I am very grateful and excited and full of joy for the people that I represent, the people of Toko Sangre Grande. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are a rural constituency, starting from Valencia, entering into Sangre Grande, Matura, and all the villages, all the way to Matlot, far northeast of Trinidad and Tobago. And I want to say that local government reform will bring a great deal of relief to all those communities and persons in the constituency of Toko Sangre Grande. Mr. Deputy Speaker, at this point in time, I would like to thank the member for Aruka Maloney for bringing this motion before the House, and I would really like to express my gratitude to her today. Mr. Deputy Speaker, members who are in this honorable House and were a part of local government would want to agree that some of the terms that is used within the council are not terms that may sound fruitful to the members of the public. And I would like to share some of those terms and express what some council members may go through from time to time, although making every effort to represent their burgesses or on a wider scale the constituents that makes up a constituency. Terms such as no funding, terms such as investigate and report, terms such as not the function of the corporation, limited resources, one that is regularly used by all corporations throughout this country is that your response when you request a project or some sort of assistance, they often respond and tell you that it is not vested, unable to assist. Your requests are noted, but we will look into it. You have requested a project that goes beyond our capabilities. Mr. Deputy Speaker, please permit me to do a comparison of the present Local Government or Municipal Corporation Act that is present and what will be implemented with the reform. Under the present Municipal Corporation Act, there provides for the appointment of standing committees to deal with 4 matters, and those matters are finance, planning and allocation of resources, personnel, public health and physical infrastructure. This new bill will provide for the standing committees no less than 8 persons to mandate. And I will now list the 8 committees, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Infrastructural development and maintenance, the public health, sanitation and the environment, the finance, economic planning and allocation of resources, audit, the community development, social services, sports and youth development, recreation, grounds and public services, the planning and building inspectorate, disaster management, and the corporate services. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill will provide for more efficiency and accountability by corporations, because in addition to committees now, the corporation will be expected to operate more effectively, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as the various committees will allow for faster processing and implementation of the requests and needs of our burgesses in the various electoral districts. Mr. Deputy Speaker, allow me the opportunity to touch on the significance and importance of a few of these committees. Road and infrastructure. With the amendment of the Highway Act, the municipal corporation would be responsible not only for side streets, but also local roads and development of roads within the electoral district. This will allow for faster roadworks in the different areas, which will allow us to now have the authority to make representation and repair roads in the community effectively and efficiently. These responsibilities, Mr. Deputy Speaker, would include construction and maintenance of orphan roads, agricultural roads, in addition to the existing responsibilities of local roads and bridges. Mr. Deputy Speaker, no longer would our citizens, burgesses, constituents of this nation be told the old age excuse of this road is not vested in the corporation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the local government reform bill will also provide assistance to schools, government-assisted schools and government schools within our electoral districts and constituencies, Mr. Deputy Speaker. They will be maintained by the council or the local authorities. Once again, this opens access for immediate assistance to be provided to our nation's children, Mr. Deputy Speaker. No longer will schools have to be awaiting ministerial intervention for general maintenance work. This decentralization process, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is a major step in the way forward for local government and the reform framework, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, one of the committees that is added in the new reform bill is the Audit Committee. It would be responsible for providing independent assurance and advice to the Council in the following areas: risk management, internal control, financial statement, compliance requirement, internal audits, external audits, and other relevant functions, including the review of the corporation's government arrangement. The establishment of the Audit Committee, Mr. Deputy Speaker, would have a significant impact on local government reform, where accountability and transparency is concerned. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is a step in the right direction by ensuring all municipalities or municipal bodies are provided with information in order to make competent decisions, with true transparency being the order of the day. With respect to community development and social services, Mr. Deputy Speaker, local government is supposed to be people-centered. Currently, under the existing local government framework, corporations are not mandated to partake nor exercise in community development and social service programs. With the implementation of this reform, we would now see whether local government will fulfill the mandate by becoming people-centered, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We can now look forward to the promoting of local and cultural community events, sporting activities, facilitating local and community development, developing and securing heritage sites in the community. Mr. Deputy Speaker, right now, presently in Toko Sangre Grande, we have the old post office, a heritage site that is just barred around with galvanized and left at the mercies of street dwellers and anyone who choose to enter upon and vandalize. Local government reform would assist the Sangre Grande Regional Corporation to take care of that issue, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, facilitating local tourism. When we speak about local tourism, Toko Sangre Grande is the constituency for local tourism. Best set of beaches, rivers, trails, hiking could take place. Local tourism enhance the lives and livelihoods of our very own burgesses and constituents. This could be now been taken care by our very own Sangre Grande Regional Corporation, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to mention something. Being a member at the Sangre Grande Regional Corporation at the council there, I often heard members of the councillors make mention that they don't have sufficient time in their term to really grasp, especially the new ones, to grasp the job and the understanding. Betimes second year into third year, they are now understanding the rules and functions and getting a hang of it, and it's election time again. So, Deputy Speaker, the point of full-time employment for representatives and an extension from 3 years to 4 years is not only a blessing to those representatives, but to the people in every electoral district, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It seeks to remove the old age saying that persons don't see their councillors. Representatives will now have an opportunity to effectively serve their burgesses. Mr. Deputy Speaker, organizational structure, The corporation will have a full autonomy over its hiring and firing, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, being at that council, I would have known about issues where we had persons who were not being effective, but because of the arrangements and the type of employment and method they were employed by, it was very hard for us in the council to make any moves to have them removed because of not being effective. So organizational structure and hiring and the firing being in the hands of the council, Mr. Deputy Speaker, will aid in rectifying the issues of poor performance by employees of the corporation, as they will be able to hire competent officers to replace those who are not competent, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Currently, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in some regional corporations, they may be experiencing similar issues that we may be experiencing in Toko Sangre Grande. I have information that from time to time we have vacancies and unable to fill those vacancies for important and critical officers such as financial officers, workshop foremen, WS3 supervisors, etc., which leaves the corporation at a significant disadvantage, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This results in the organization failure because they are unable to competently perform their duties. No supervision leads to a lack of proper productivity on the day-to-day job, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And if persons or members want to be honest, you know that corporation workers and staff members, if not supervised properly, would not give us our just due for our dollar, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to touch on a very important topic before I come to a close. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is with respect to recreational grounds and public spaces. Mr. Deputy Speaker, just a few weeks ago we had a big issue in the national public and in the media about grounds in the Sangre Grande area. I was involved in trying to rectify that issue as Member of Parliament and being a former person at the local government arm, where grounds are not properly well maintained. It is inaccessible to the constituents and burgesses within the Sangre Grande area, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The corporation under this new reform would be responsible for developing and maintaining, managing public facilities, recreation grounds, and public spaces, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Madam Speaker, construction and improving sporting and exercising facilities will now be something that the councils or corporation could take care of, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I'm on the topic of recreational grounds and public spaces, this reform bill, which all 22 of us on the government bench intend to put into effect, would see that corporations are now able to develop policies for the usage and rental of sporting facilities and other functions as the councillors and corporations see it fit. With a responsibility vested in these committees, Madam Speaker, they will have the ability to quickly respond and develop maintenance of recreation grounds and the ability to upkeep and maintain public spaces that will allow for provisions from a day-to-day management for the facilities itself. Madam Speaker, I want to put on the record that local government reform is an avenue for true development, self-reliance, sustainability to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, I would also like to put on the record that with the implementation of this local government reform bill, the council would have the ability to shape their developmental plan and expenditure fit for purpose according to constituency, electoral district, and most important, our burgesses and constituents, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, because of all that I would have mentioned and all that my colleagues before me on this side of the government bench would have mentioned before, I would like to put my 150% support and once again publicly thank the government, the Prime Minister, the member for Aruka Maloney for really putting forward local government reform. This would help the people of Toko Sangre Grande, the communities, the rural communities, those that believe that they were forgotten for how many years before. This local government reform is going to help us. It is going to move us in a direction where communities that has never saw paved roads, box drains, who are still using earthed drains and earthed roads, this is going to put us in a direction, Madam Speaker, and put us in a position where we in rural communities would benefit just as other communities throughout Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to once again put my support 150% behind local government reform. And I saw a hashtag circulating in this country as of this morning. It may have been around a few days now. And I would like to say, as a man of the people and as a representative to my people in Toko Sangre Grande, I am local and I will stay local and I support local government reform. Thank you.
Member for St. Joseph.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for allowing me the privilege and honor as a member of Parliament representing people to speak on this Joint Select Committee report on local government reform. Madam Speaker, the word Parliament is derived from the French word parler, to speak. We are speaking on behalf of people. But why is the opposition not speaking? Why is the opposition silent, mute, and disengaged from local government reform? It was earlier this week that the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, Kamla Prasad-Bisesa, MPSC, was asking, when is Parliament going to be? She has questions to ask, the member that is. But here we are. Parliament has been convened. But the opposition is totally disengaged and disinterested in local government reform. What a travesty of the oath of office that we as representatives of the people have taken to represent people's interests. And what is most dear, Madam Speaker, to the individual than local government? Garbage collection, roads, maintenance of grounds. What is more important to them? And may I ask and say, as all MPs, one of the major concerns that constituents come to MPs about is local government issues. And it's not because their councillors are not performing, whether they are PNM or UNC councillors, they want to do their best. But if they don't have the resources, they don't have the organizational structures, how are they to deliver goods and services? Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll be speaking on behalf of the good people of St. Joseph. That is represented by two corporations, Samuel Laventil Regional Corporation to the west and Tunapuna Piarco Regional Corporation to the east. But the constituency of St. Joseph, like most constituencies along the east-west corridor, where the Eastern Main Road is the boundary between hilly areas to the north and flat plains to the south, the local government issues are different. Because in the hilly areas, you have much more need for delivery of goods and services for local government. I want to congratulate all speakers on the side of the PNM who spoke, who let their voices be heard. We came here to speak and represent people, not to be silent, not to be mute, and not to be disengaged.
If the Minister could bless us by referring to the report.
So, Minister, just giving you a little leeway, but, let's center on the report. Many other speakers have gone. Let's center on.
So let's get to the report. The aspiration as expressed in our National Vision 2030 plan is based on 5 overarching themes, of which theme 2 focuses heavily on local government reform, which is what this Joint Select Committee report is based on. Theme 2, delivering good governance and service excellence. That is the heartbeat, that is the core, that is the DNA of this JSC report. It speaks about devolution of certain areas of central government authority, example physical planning, to local government. Madam Speaker, what could be more crucial to 1.4 million people than local government reform? And why would 19 persons, Madam Speaker, why would 19 persons decide to be in the way of 1.4 million people achieving their dreams for better local government? 19 versus 1.4. Madam Speaker, on page 85 of the report, and it's about a 400-page report, in reply to a question on the 2016 transitioning of local government draft policy, the tenets of local government reform talks about a decrease in bureaucracy. Madam Speaker, that is one of the key areas of the report I want to focus on. Whenever a country is faced with extraordinary challenges, it demands compelling responses. And this report is a compelling response and a bold step towards the aspirations of 1.4 million people, which are being held hostage today by 19 people. The center of this development is a citizen-centric approach to decision-making process.
Madam Speaker, I rise on Standing Order 48.6. The member is imputing improper motive. This is a simple majority bill. They can stand up, wind up this debate, and vote for it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We want citizens under this report to decide for themselves. Let me give you some examples with St. Joseph. St. Joseph has many small side streets, and the report speaks to that. Campo Street, where large garbage trucks cannot go in. We need smaller trucks to go in to pick up garbage. Why not vote for that? Why not vote for that? Because in this report, it talks about key functions like planning permissions, greater municipal policing authority, streamlining of financing of corporations, including social responsibilities to do all of these things. We want direct funding for local government. And Madam Speaker, I want to refer with your permission, because you see, members opposite like to quote the papers. Cover North MP, fix market now. And clause 35A of the report, where you look at page 86 of the report, the need to change the source of funding. May I please quote, Madam Speaker? Here, Couva North MP Ravi Ratiram is speaking about the deplorable condition of the Chaguanas market. The freezers not working, the chillers not working. And question on his claim of political vindictiveness, Ratiram said geographic discrimination is taking place. Well, why not give us local government reform so the Chaguanas borough can raise its own money and fix the freezers in the Chaguanas market? But no. You want an opportunity to protest, you want an opportunity to burn tires so that you can cause mayhem and distress in Trinidad and Tobago. He called on newly appointed Rural Development and Local Government Minister Faris Al-Rawi to... Yes, sure.
Would the honourable member give way for me to clarify?
No. He called on newly appointed...
This is a direct request from the member of Couva North to the member for St. Joseph. All right? So that...
Thank you very much. Good. You had your say in the papers. He called on newly appointed Rural Development and Local Government Minister Faris Al-Rawi to get working and immediately make the necessary releases available in order to swiftly resolve these issues. Well, vote for local government reform so that your burgesses can pay their property taxes and the money goes into the coffers of the Chaguanas borough and you can fix the freezers, you can fix the chillers, you can fix everything in the Chaguanas market. Why are you opposing this? This is your own statement. This is your own justification for local government reform, my friend.
Against this plea, yes.
Right? Madam Speaker, I want to speak specifically about local government reform and St. Joseph. Things will not only be done differently, but they will be done better. They will be done more efficiently. They will be done quicker. One of the burning issues in this country that affects burgesses that needs a functioning, well-oiled local government machine is that of recreation grounds. Sangre Grande had to protest, the grass too tall. Well, vote for local government reform. We have grounds in St. Joseph, Riversdale, Bamboo number 1, Arangwes. We want all those grounds kept good, but it's not the fault of the councillors. Whether it's the UNC councillor that has to see about Riversdale ground, which services Bangladesh, St. Joseph, Morocco, St. Joseph, it is the fault of the system of local government. Why not give your own UNC councillor, the capacity and the resources to treat with the Riversdale ground? So the people of Bangladesh, St. Joseph, and Morocco, St. Joseph can have a ground to play football. That ground where Alvin Cornell used to coach football produced many good footballers. Madam Speaker, I want to spend some time talking about Section 35A of this bill, which is focused on the report. 35A. Which outlines the responsibilities of divisions of a corporation with new responsibilities, including, and no one spoke about this as yet, corporate services and developing and implementing information technology business solutions. For what? Networking, digital connectivity, and e-government. Why would you object to that? Why would you object to that? Internal audit. Why would you object to that? And now I come to one of the major issues, Madam Speaker, in speaking on behalf of people of St. Joseph. Infrastructure development and maintenance of a new category of roadways. Madam Speaker, in St. Joseph, Monroe Extension, My Tower, Lovers Lane, Cayman Road from Elizabeth Gardens, Thompson Lane, all of these roads need repairing and fixing. With a new program of local government reform, we can see about and treat with these minor roads in a very cost-effective manner. So, Madam Speaker, I want to recommend to my colleagues opposite, be vocal. And Madam Speaker, at this point in time, in accordance with Standing Order 50.3, I beg to move that the debate on the motion to adopt the report of the Joint Select Committee on the Miscellaneous Provision Local Government Reform Bill 2020 be adjourned.
Honourable members, the question is that the debate on the motion to adopt the report of the Joint Select Committee on the Miscellaneous Provisions Local Government Reform Bill 2020 be adjourned. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Honourable members, we shall now revert to the item of business which was deferred earlier.
Statements by ministers.
Leader of the House.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 126, and with your leave, there has been agreement to allow the Minister of Finance to speak until the conclusion of his statement. Thank you very much.
Whip. Whip. The Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just 1 minute. Madam Speaker, I am authorized by the Cabinet to make this statement on fuel prices. At the time that the 2022 budget estimates were finalized in September 2021, the price of oil was just over US $70 per barrel. This price subsequently dropped to $65 per barrel at the end of November 2021. Accordingly, using forecasts from international agencies such as the World Bank, the IMF, the credit rating agencies, the US Energy Information Administration, and data from the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, the 2022 budget was based on an estimated oil price of $65 per barrel and an estimated natural gas netback price of US $3.75 per MMBTU. It is to be noted that a netback price is not an actual price in the gas market and is calculated by deducting from the estimated LNG export price the costs associated with producing and shipping LNG. However, global concerns arose in the first quarter of calendar 2022 about disruptions in the supply of oil arising from the war in Ukraine and the associated international sanctions on Russia. It is noteworthy that Russia normally produces 11% or 10.5 million barrels per day of world oil production. In addition to the fallout from the war, there were climatic and global economic factors that predated the conflict in the Ukraine. As a result of the combination of these factors, Brent oil prices averaged US $97 per barrel in February 2022 and US $106 per barrel in March 2022, increasing by over 60% from US $65 per barrel at the end of December 2021. It should also be noted that oil and gas production levels although increasing, are somewhat below the levels estimated by the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries in September 2021 for the calculation of revenue from petroleum in the 2022 budget. Any increases in revenue from petroleum as a result of higher than expected oil and gas prices, therefore, will be offset by shortfalls in oil and gas production. However, at this time, all things being equal, it is expected that the net effect of increased oil and gas prices and reduced production in fiscal 2022 will be positive. By contrast, the situation is not favorable on the expenditure side. One of the adverse effects of the current low levels of oil production and high oil prices is an increase in the fuel subsidy, which must be paid out of tax revenue. The prices of motor fuels, that is to say, premium gasoline, super gasoline, diesel, and kerosene, are all affected by the price of oil. And the price of cooking gas, or LPG, is affected by the price of natural gas. At current commodity prices, contrary to persistent misinformation from some quarters, all of these fuels are still heavily subsidized, even as we have already reduced the levels somewhat at an earlier time. The highest subsidy levels are on LPG and kerosene at this time, but there remains substantial subsidy on fuels used in transportation. By way of example, if unsubsidized, the retail prices of premium gasoline should vary from $6.18 per liter at an oil price of US $80 per barrel to US $7.58 per liter, TT $7.58 per liter at an oil price of US $100 per barrel. Similarly, using the same range of oil prices, the unsubsidized prices of super gasoline vary from TT $6.09 per liter to TT $7.46 per liter at these oil prices between US $80 and US $100. Unsubsidized diesel prices vary from $5.35 per liter at an oil price of US $80 per barrel to $6.58 per liter at an oil price of US $100 per barrel. The current retail prices of motor fuels in Trinidad and Tobago per liter are as follows. Premium gasoline, $5.75 per liter. Super gasoline, $4.97 per liter. Kerosene, $1.50 per liter. And diesel, $3.41 per liter. However, to keep fuel prices at these levels requires a substantial amount of government subsidy. This to be obtained from general tax revenues or from loans. It should also be noted that motorists in Trinidad and Tobago consumed in excess of 1 billion liters of fuel in 2019 and more in prior years, before the arrival of the COVID-19 virus, dropping to 950 million liters in 2020 and 2021. However, as the economy continues to open up, it is expected that fuel consumption will once again cross 1 billion liters per year. Accordingly, the fuel subsidy liability for the government, that is, the money that must be found from general tax revenues to subsidize the 1 billion liters of fuel consumed annually in Trinidad and Tobago, varies from $922 million at an oil price of US $80 per barrel to $1.94 billion at an oil price of US $100 per barrel. The Ministry of Finance has been reviewing this situation for the last 2 months, as oil prices began to accelerate with the conflict in Ukraine. In order to determine a reasonable estimate of the price of oil going forward in 2022, the Ministry of Finance has looked at a number of published forecasts made by reputable international agencies, including the U.S. Energy Information Administration, or USEIA, the International Energy Agency, or the IEA, the IMF, World Bank, and the credit rating agencies, among others. Among these, the USEIA is considered to be one of the most reliable, and its March 22 short-term energy outlook, in that the USEIA raised its calendar year 2022 Brent spot price forecast up from the February outlook by more than US $22 per barrel to US $105 per barrel. In its latest outlook, the US EIA highlighted that Brent crude oil spot prices averaged $97 per barrel in February 2022, which the organization outlined was a US $11 per barrel increase from January. The US EIA noted that daily spot prices for Brent closed at almost US $124 per barrel in the first week of March, as the further invasion of Ukraine by Russia and subsequent sanctions on Russia and other actions created significant market uncertainties about the potential for oil supply disruptions. Based on all usable, available information and advice, therefore, the Ministry of Finance is of the view that it is reasonable to estimate that oil prices will average US $95 per barrel in fiscal 2022. At US $95 per barrel, the total fuel subsidy cost to be paid will be $2,122,350,212, or $2.12 billion, with a direct government subsidy liability of $1,686,668,041, or $1.69 billion. It should be noted that the direct cost to government of this $2.12 billion fuel subsidy will be reduced by the application of the Petroleum Production Levy, which is a levy payable under Section 9(1) of the Petroleum Production and Subsidy Act by producers of oil in Trinidad and Tobago. This act was enacted in 1974, when world oil prices first began to escalate, and requires oil companies operating in Trinidad and Tobago to contribute to the subsidization of the prices at the pump for motor fuels in the event of high oil prices. At an oil price of US $95 per barrel, the levy collected from the oil companies would be $435,682,170, making the actual fuel subsidy liability that the government has to pay from its general tax revenues in fiscal 2022 a total of $1,686,668,041, or $1.69 billion. This level of fuel subsidy is unbudgeted and unsustainable. The expected fuel subsidy liability for government in fiscal 2022, after taking account of the Petroleum Production Levy at the budgeted oil price of US $65 per barrel, was $216,632,514. However, the rapid increase in oil prices has created an additional unbudgeted fuel subsidy expense in 2022 for the government of $1,470,035,527, or $1.47 billion, if no adjustments are made. In the 2022 budget statement, the government signaled that the liberalization of fuel prices was planned for 2022, utilizing a process whereby the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries would post the market-based wholesale prices of premium gasoline, super gasoline, and diesel on the first day of each month, with, however, a continued subsidy on diesel. We also said at that time in October 2021 that LPG will remain under the subsidy mechanism for the time being. This process of liberalization of fuel prices was scheduled to commence in February to March of 2022. However, in October 2021, it was not expected anywhere that oil prices would increase by over 60% in 5 months. Members should note that unlike in Trinidad and Tobago, the prices of gasoline with various octane levels in other countries are close to each other. And in Europe, diesel is almost the same price as gasoline. In Italy, for example, because motor fuels are viewed as a source of tax revenue and thus fairly highly taxed, the cost of diesel at the pump on the 4th of April 2022, just a few days ago, was 1.83 euros per litre, or the equivalent of TT $13.57 per litre, or 4 times the price of this fuel in Trinidad and Tobago, while gasoline retailed at virtually the same price. Indeed, Trinidad and Tobago is one of the few countries in the world with artificial differentials between the price of premium gas, supergas, and diesel. Further, within the Caribbean, the price of fuel is far higher than in Trinidad and Tobago. In Barbados, for example, the price of gasoline was raised on the 3rd of April 2022 to US $2.07 per litre, or TT $14.07 per litre. And the price of diesel in Barbados was raised to US $1.72 per litre, or TT $10.32 per litre, completely invalidating recent advice from the Oilfield Workers Trade Union that we should follow Barbados in its approach to the price of fuel. Clearly, it was not appreciated that in addition to pricing fuel at levels that are more than twice those in Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados had little choice but to adjust the price of fuel upwards when the price of oil increased again. This they immediately did. In Jamaica, the price of gasoline on the 4th of April 2022 was US $1.53 per litre, or TT $10.40 per litre. And members should note that the average price of gasoline in the world on the 4th of April 2022 was US $1.36 per litre, or TT $9.25 per litre. There are many competing demands for scarce resources in Trinidad and Tobago at this time. And the government is of the view that it is not productive, equitable, or prudent to spend an unbudgeted $1.69 billion or $1.47 billion more than planned subsidizing fuel in 2022. This money could be far better utilized in the social services sector, in the health sector, in our capital development program, on VAT refunds, and on clearing off unpaid bills to contractors and suppliers of goods and services, just to name a few areas. However, the government is cognizant of the effect of an increase in the price of fuel on consumers, notwithstanding the fact that a fuel subsidy is a regressive measure. Accordingly, the government is of the view that the liability for any fuel price adjustment should be shared more or less equally. That is, the public should be asked to pay half the cost of the increased market prices of fuel, while the government absorbs the other half of the increased costs. Therefore, at its regular meeting yesterday, the Cabinet decided that there should be a partial adjustment of the prices of motor fuels not to the full market prices, but sufficient to allow an equal distribution of the cost. The adjusted prices for motor fuels will therefore be as follows. The prices of premium gasoline and super gasoline will be adjusted by $1 per liter to $6.75 and $5.97 per liter respectively, while the price of diesel will be adjusted by 50 cents per liter to $3.91 per liter. It should be noted that the adjustment to the price of diesel at 50 cents per liter is half of the increase in the price of gasoline, in recognition of the fact that diesel fuel is widely used in public transportation and in the transportation of goods. The cost of LPG will remain fixed at $21 for a 20-pound cylinder of cooking gas for domestic customers, which is less than 25% of the true market price. And the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries has been tasked to look at an appropriate price of LPG for commercial customers. The price of kerosene will be adjusted to $3.50 per liter, which is a little over half the true market price. It must be emphasized that these price adjustments will still require a government subsidy of approximately $840 million in 2022, or half the total cost of the true market prices of fuel, thus sharing the burden of adjustment more or less equally with the population. It should also be noted that at these prices, fuel prices in Trinidad and Tobago will still be less than half the fuel prices in Barbados and less than 2/3 of the fuel prices in Jamaica. Further, in the Eastern Caribbean, the current price of gasoline is TT dollars $8.30 per liter. Cabinet has also agreed that the price increases will take effect on Tuesday, the 19th of April, 2022. Before I close, Madam Speaker, I wish to point out that we in Trinidad and Tobago consume far more fuel per capita than other countries in the Caribbean. For example, using 2018 data, the average consumption of gasoline per capita in Jamaica is of the order of 175 liters per year, whereas in Trinidad and Tobago, we consume 445 liters per year in gasoline per capita, more than twice as much per person than in Jamaica. Similarly, Barbados consumes 343 liters per capita per year in gasoline, 102 liters per capita less than Trinidad and Tobago, while Guyana only consumes 139 liters per capita per year in gasoline, less than 1/3 of the Trinidad and Tobago consumption per capita. There is no doubt, therefore, that the heavily subsidized prices of fuel in Trinidad and Tobago are a contributory factor to this pattern of high fuel consumption. As the price of oil escalates, therefore, we must strive to change our approach to fuel consumption. Accordingly, I wish to report that the Cabinet also agreed yesterday that in order to encourage motorists to conserve fuel and to alleviate the effect of increased prices of fuel on our citizens, the Ministry of Finance has been authorized to make, in or around the middle of May 2022, the necessary arrangements to allow for the waiver of taxes and customs duty on suitably sized imported hybrid motor cars, both new and used. These tax concessions will be designed to cater for typical car owners and will not be available for owners or importers of high-end luxury hybrid cars. For example, a typical hybrid car that will fall into this new category of tax exemption would have an engine size not exceeding 1600 cc's, an electric motor generating 45 kilowatts, and a total power output in the vicinity of 78 kilowatts, and would not be more than 3 years old. Let me repeat that, Madam Speaker. A typical hybrid car that will fall into this new category of tax exemption would have an engine size not exceeding 1600 cc's, an electric motor generating 45 kilowatts, a total power output in the vicinity of 78 kilowatts, and would not be more than 3 years old. Further details of the exempt category of vehicles will be announced in due course. It would also be remiss of me, Madam Speaker, not to address a fallacy that has been promoted and repeated in the public domain regarding the effect of the Pointe-à-Pierre refinery on fuel prices and on the fuel subsidy. In this context, it is necessary to remind commentators that in 2014, when the refinery was in full operation, the fuel subsidy liability to the government in that year was $7 billion. This is what it cost taxpayers of this country to maintain fuel prices at subsidized levels in 2014, $7 billion. Over a 3-year period, this country spent $16 billion on fuel subsidy, while the then government flatly refused to make any adjustment to this travesty, simply because to do so would have been to expose the then government to the anticipated criticism for taking any action like this. Madam Speaker, there was never a worse example of putting office and party before and above the national interests. Further, before its closure, the daily throughput of crude oil through the refinery was of the order of 140,000 barrels per day, while Petrodin's production from all its fields was barely 40,000 barrels a day. This meant that every day that the refinery operated, it was required to purchase 100,000 barrels of imported oil at world market prices, which at today's prices would require foreign exchange of US $10 million per day to purchase oil. Moreover, it is a matter of public record, as reported by the broad-based team appointed in 2017 to review the operations of Petrotrin and make recommendations for its restructuring, that between 2012 and 2016, the refinery lost up to US $15 on each barrel of oil that it processed, with consistently negative refinery margins. Using an average loss of US $8 per barrel of oil processed during this period, this meant that the refinery lost over US $1 million per day. Let me repeat that. Using an average loss of US $8 per barrel of oil processed during this period, this meant that the refinery lost over US $1 million per day in its operations. If the refinery were still operating, therefore, not only would there be a huge billion-dollar fuel subsidy liability to contend with, but there would be leakage of US $1 million in foreign exchange every day, and a requirement for Petrotrin to find US $10 million every day to purchase oil. This is what we evaded by the closure of the refining business through the restructuring of Petrotrin. These are the indisputable facts, Madam Speaker. Instead, Heritage Petroleum is now selling its oil at premium prices and earning valuable foreign exchange. I trust these facts correct the misconceptions being propagated in the public domain about this issue by self-interested or deliberately misinformed individuals. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Pointe-à-Pierre.
The 24-4. Minister, just to elucidate, based on the new fuel prices you mentioned that will go in effect on the 19th of April, how long will these new fuel prices remain in effect, these increases?
The government has not taken a policy decision on that yet, but the general principle is that the population and the government will share the burden of adjustment equally. So it depends on the price of oil. If the price of oil goes down, for example, a decision will be made to make adjustments. Okay?
Government Business Bills, second reading.
The Attorney General. AG, I don't know if you want.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Companies Act, Chapter 81, Number 1, to make provision for the role of the Chief State Solicitor as the official receiver be now read a second time. Madam Speaker, as stated, the purpose of this bill is to amend the Companies Act, Chapter 81, Number 1. The amendment proposed is a discrete one, which is necessary to fill a lacuna in the law created by the repeal of the 1916 Bankruptcy Act as amended, when the current Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act, Chapter 970, entered into force. The appointment of the official receiver was formally made under Section 73 of the 1916 Bankruptcy Act, now repealed. That section provided as follows: 73(1). There shall be in the public service an official receiver of debtors' estates. Such receiver shall be an officer of the court in its jurisdiction of bankruptcy, and judicial notice shall be taken of any appointment of a receiver pursuant to this section. 73(2). A person acting as receiver shall, during his tenure of office, have all the status, rights, and powers, and be subject to all the liabilities of the receiver, and all the estates, rights, and powers vested in the receiver shall, during the tenure of office of an acting receiver, and without any conveyance or transfer, vest in such acting receiver. Madam Speaker, in 2019, the Companies Amendment Act was enacted to effect miscellaneous amendments to the Companies Act. Section 10 of that 2019 Amending Act amended Section 42 of the Principal Companies Act by way of a new subsection 4, which provided that, quote, for the purposes of this section, that is to say, Section 462 and Section 463, the official receiver shall be the Chief State Solicitor. However, that amendment did not sufficiently take into account Section 366, I beg your pardon, of the Principal Companies Act, which provided as follows, quote, for the purposes of this act, official receiver means the official receiver attached to the court for bankruptcy purposes, and includes any assistant official receiver. Unquote. I stress attached to the court for bankruptcy purposes because we will appreciate, Madam Speaker, that that was a reference back to the repealed 1916 Bankruptcy Act, Section 73(1) and Section 73(2), which I have just referred to. The 2019 Act therefore created a lacuna, did not cure the lacuna in the law created by the repeal of the 1916 Bankruptcy Act, and made only narrow provision for the Chief State Solicitor to be the official receiver under two sections of the Companies Act, that is to say, Sections 462 and 463. The 2019 amendment did not cover the other sections of the Companies Act which make provision for the official receiver to act without a definition of who is the official receiver other than the Chief State Solicitor. The bill before the House today is intended to address the existing lacuna by amending Section 4 of the Companies Act, the definition section, to expressly designate the Chief State Solicitor as the official receiver throughout the Companies Act. With this amendment, official receiver will be properly defined to apply consistently throughout the Companies Act, and Sections 366 and subsection 4 of Section 466 are no longer necessary and so are to be repealed. Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
Honourable members, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Companies Act, Chapter 8101, to make provision for the role of the Chief State Solicitor as the official receiver be now read a second time. Member for Chaguanas West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute on this short bill. Let me first start off by, of course, welcoming to the Chamber, welcoming to the Parliament, our new Attorney General. I have to say that I have enjoyed working with him in the courtrooms, albeit we were on opposing sides. And the last matter that I recall doing with our Honorable Attorney General, I think was in 2019, before the Caribbean Court of Justice. And I think we had some wonderful times in that particular matter. So let me just say a polite welcome to him, and we certainly appreciate and look forward to his contributions. Now, Madam Speaker, whilst this particular piece of legislation that is being proposed, it looks very simple. What we find is that in its simplicity, there is some sophistry in it. And why I say that is that when we look at the pieces of legislation, the bill as presented speaks to curing a lacuna, but the explanatory note speaks to a lacuna as arising out of the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act. That what you had was the previous chapter 970, the old Bankruptcy Act, making reference to the official receiver shall be the Chief State Solicitor. What is being proposed now by way of this bill is that we are curing a mischief arising out of the fact that there was the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act, which repealed the old Bankruptcy Act. And in this new piece of legislation, there is no reference to the official receiver. At least that is how I read the explanatory note and the bill that is presented to the House. Madam Speaker, why is this important? It is because, as we have heard from the Honorable Attorney General, in the Companies Act, apart from 366, you really did not have a definition for the official receiver, and so we accept that. In the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act, and I don't say this as though it is a fatality, I say it because it is something that I think the Honorable Attorney General may need to take on board. If the lacuna arises out of the fact that you have this Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act, it is 2007, proclaimed in 2014 from what I recall and looked at. There's no reference to the official receiver at all. So what happens is that while Section 23 of that Act makes reference to provisions of the Companies Act in instances where the Bankruptcy Act is silent,
it is limited to sections 290 to sections 303. And so what happens as a result of that is that you have a situation, Madam Speaker, where under the Bankruptcy Act, it is not really going to avail that particular act by, sorry.
A lot of noise and, distractions in the chamber.
Thank you. So, Madam Speaker, I was just making the simple point that what would be the result, and I'm of course using the explanatory note of the bill that is presented here today. What would be the end result is that you would have the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act being an enabling act in terms of having set out at Section 23 that you may have recourse to Sections 290 to 303 of the Companies Act. But in Sections 290 to 303, of course, that makes reference to receiver simpliciter. So even if it is, and what I'm hearing today, Honorable Attorney General, is that you're saying that by including in the definition section, the receiver shall be the official receiver shall be the Chief State Solicitor. I'm saying that there will still be some work to be done in relation to that piece of law, the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act itself, because there's absolutely no reference there to official receiver. So when we look at the amendment, whilst we may be amending the Companies Act, there may be some repercussions or continue to be this lacuna in the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act, which may need some footworks just to get it, reconciled. And I know that the Proceeds of Crime Act, and there are a couple others, but certainly that is the one that I recall, we may need to harmonize the definition for receiver, because the role of the receiver is very important in winding up and in realizing assets on behalf of creditors, etc. So I just want to make that point at the outset, that we may need to look at reconciling the definitions across different pieces of legislation, namely Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act, and I have made reference to the Proceeds of Crime Act. Madam Speaker, one of the matters that I wanted to touch on is that what you have now it used to be under the old Bankruptcy Act that you can have, and that is what took place, you would have the appointment of the Chief State Solicitor or drawn from the Chief State Solicitor's Department, the official receiver. So that is granted. But what you have is that sometimes you may have, and this is something we have to take on board in light of the advancements of the law itself, namely the Companies Act and the new Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act. Once the winding up order is made, Madam Speaker, by the court, one of the official receiver's principal responsibilities is taking on an investigative role to establish the circumstances that led to the company's insolvency and determining whether there was misconduct or fraudulent activity that caused the company to fail. And they are required to also scrutinize the company's financial records, etc., interviewing directors, making other inquiries of third parties, such as companies, bankers, and accountants. So even when you have an insolvency practitioner, assuming that you have an actual insolvency practitioner being drawn from the Chief State Solicitor's Department, they have been appointed to administer the liquidation process. The official receiver's role as an investigator continues. And what is important in this is that, and we cast no, I want to make that clear, we cast no indictment on any officer or the Chief State Solicitor's Department, but there is the potential for conflict of interest. There may be occasions where the general functions of the Chief State Solicitor, remembering that the principal function of the Chief State Solicitor's Department is to provide legal services to government ministries and departments, as well as to members of the public, including acting as the Administrator General and Public Trustee. Now, at this juncture, Madam Speaker, I want to say that, and this is something that I know certainly the lawyers would appreciate, that attorneys in the Chief State's Department, when we examine their roles, they already operate on different levels. I don't think that that will be disputed. They are not simply attorneys working in the public service, nor are they public servants who happen to be attorneys at law. So what you have is that they are functioning in a role which their duties are cast higher than the ordinary attorneys at law. And because of the different functions and levels at which they operate, Madam Speaker, the nature of the demands being cast upon them, there are unique tensions, problems, responsibilities that are dawning on them, and we need to keep that in mind. And I'm saying that in the context of you have potential conflicts of interest that may arise. Now, Madam Speaker, I don't want to dwell on it too much for the purposes of this, the piloting of this bill, but it is important that we register it, that we can bear in mind that there are maybe infrastructure, proper resourcing that needs to be implemented in the Chief State Solicitor's Department. And again, when we look at the present definition, this is the 366 now that is being sought to be repealed by way of this bill. I want to say that the official receiver was attached to the court. Certainly that was the contemplation in that piece of legislation, that the official receiver was attached to the court for bankruptcy purposes. This suggests that the official receiver was an officer of the court and clearly considered to be part of the judiciary, or at least a judicial arm of the state. So now that we are repealing it, the decision to appoint the Chief State Solicitor or as the official receiver, we have to look at the potential for conflict, because the Chief State Solicitors answer to the Solicitor General, or they instruct the Solicitor General, I should say, and sometimes the instructions comes from the Attorney General himself in terms of certain matters. So I am saying this not because we are seeking to cast any aspersions, but that there are real potentials that we may need to take on board. That being said, Madam Speaker, I would like to turn to a matter of when we take into account that we are saying that the Chief State Solicitors will now be the official receiver, the demands cast upon them in terms of what they have to do to function as official receiver, I would like to think, Madam Speaker, that we have to be careful that we are properly resourcing them. So I will just say that in reference, that we have to be sure that they are being properly resourced. And as it is now, the Chief State Solicitors, most people agree that they are overburdened, they are overworked, they have a lot of public law litigation, they have a lot of litigation demands cast upon them. And as a result of that, it is what we call burning the candle on all ends. And therefore, it is something that we just need to bear in mind, that if it is that we are going to be giving them additional responsibilities, they already fulfill certain duties in terms of the official receiver. They already fulfill certain functions. It is not the first time. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that we have to bear in mind that a codification like this, if it is going to add or put additional burden on that department, we will have to take on board what is required by them in terms of at least proper training, because this is an area of law that requires a certain level of expertise, and therefore they would probably need to have the investment of resources in their department. So in principle, there is no objection to this bill, and I'm just simply saying, Madam Speaker, by way of reference, that there may be the need to look at those other areas that I have referenced. And I almost forgot, Madam Speaker, that there is also the need to bear in mind, through you, Madam Speaker, the Honorable Attorney General, when I spoke about harmonizing the definitions across different pieces of legislation for the appointment of a receiver. Also, when we look at the official receiver under the Companies Act, the term official receiver is still defined in Rule 181 of the Companies Winding Up Rules. So there may be the need to look at that. Well, not there may be the need. There is the need to look at that. This is made under the second schedule to the Companies Act as meaning, and this is what it says, the official receiver attached to the court for bankruptcy purposes and includes any assistant official receiver. So in the winding up rules itself, there is reference to what is being repealed in the primary legislation at 366. So that has to be taken on board as well to make sure that we have consistency. So, Madam Speaker, there are other matters which I wanted to raise, but I think it is fairly captured in terms of simply saying that we should look at the demands being cast on the Chief State Solicitor's Department. So I thank you, Madam Speaker, and of course I thank the Honorable Attorney General for piloting this, and I hope he takes our suggestions on board.
The member for Port of Spain, North St. Andrews?
No.
The Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. May I, first of all, with your leave, Madam Speaker, accept the kind sentiments and best wishes that I have received from...
I'm sorry, if you're going to speak for more than 5 minutes, then I'll have to invite you to go into the...
I think perhaps I should, Madam Speaker. I am sometimes accused of being a tad verbose. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was in the process, and may I just say for the record that I very much appreciate the kind remarks of the member who just responded, to whom in another place I would refer to as my learned friend. And I appreciate the remarks which have been made, as indeed I appreciate the very helpful and constructive remarks which were made with reference to the amendment to the Companies Act, which I have the honor and the privilege to pilot today. And I can assure the member, the honorable member, that such of his concerns as he has expressed have been considered. I do not, frankly, for the moment, anticipate that there will be any conflict of interest such as he has indicated. However, I do accept, and I can give him the assurance, that in the piloting of the bill and in the anticipation that this Honourable House will pass the bill before it today, I have already engaged in a conversation with the Chief State Solicitor and invited him to speak with me further on the undoubted need which will exist for resourcing the Chief State Solicitor's Department to take on the harmonized and holistic function of official receiver, which is already being performed by the Chief State Solicitor under those sections of the Companies Act, which today, if we pass this legislation, this bill, will be repealed. It is my honor, Madam Speaker, to say that the purpose for which we are assembled here today is to pass legislation for the good order and governance of all the people of Trinidad and Tobago. It is a high purpose, and I welcome the constructive support which we have received from the honorable member on the other side, because that is in recognition of the high purpose which we serve. Indeed, the amendment which is being proposed is to do no more than to give a holistic and consistent role for the official receiver, which is already contemplated piecemeal in some of the sections of the Act which are to be repealed by this particular bill before you today. And indeed, as we engage in the discussion today, I would pay tribute to the fact that we continue the legislative reform journey which Mrs. Sheila Deyalsingh, one of this country's most respected corporate attorneys, hailed as a radical departure from outdated colonial statutes, embracing an international perspective to modern corporate principles and practice. Madam Speaker, in all of those circumstances, I thank the honourable member for his contribution. I'm privileged and proud to have piloted this bill today, and I beg to move.
Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Companies Act, Chapter 8101, to make provision for the role of the Chief State Solicitor as the official receiver be now read a second time. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
bill entitled An Act to Amend the Companies Act, Chapter 8101, to make provision for the role of the Chief State Solicitor as the official receiver.
The Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 68-1, I beg to move that the Companies Amendment Bill be committed to the Committee of the Whole to be considered clause by clause.
Honourable members, the question is that the Companies Amendment Bill 2022 be committed to the Committee of the Whole to be considered clause by clause. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. This House will now go into the Committee of the Whole to consider the bill clause by clause. This bill has 5 clauses.
Clauses 1 to 5.
The question is that clauses 1 to 5 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 1 to 5 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 1 to 5 now stand part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that the bill be now reported to the House. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This committee meeting is now adjourned. The House will resume.
Madam Speaker, I wish to report that the Companies Amendment Bill 2022 was considered in the Committee of the Whole and approved without amendments. I now beg to move that the House agree with the committee's report.
Honourable members, the question is that this House agree with the committee's report on the Companies Amendment Bill 2022. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. The Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Companies Act, Chapter 81, Number 1, to make provision for the role of the Chief State Solicitor as the official receiver be forthwith read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Companies Act, Chapter 8101, to make provision for the role of the Chief State Solicitor as the official receiver be forthwith read a third time and passed. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Companies Act, Chapter 8101, to make provision for the role of the Chief State Solicitor as the official receiver.
Honourable members, I wish to highlight that this is the maiden contribution by the Attorney General. I congratulate you. Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I beg to move that this House do now adjourn to Wednesday, 20th April, that's Wednesday, 20th April, at 1:30 p.m. On that day, we will debate the report on the Joint Select Committee on the Cannabis Control Bill 2020. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, as we all know, we are in the midst of the Easter season, and before I put a question on the adjournment of the House, I will now call upon members to bring greetings on the occasion of the Easter. The member for Digo Martin, North East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Easter celebration is the most important festival in the Christian calendar. The second most important being the Christmas celebration of the birth of Christ. But the Easter celebration is deemed to be the most important because it celebrates the resurrection. In the Easter period, or the Pascha, as it is called in Aramaic, the Easter period starts on Holy Thursday, moves into Good Friday, which commemorates the crucifixion and death of Jesus Christ, and then moves on into Saturday, into Sunday, for the celebration of the resurrection of Jesus from the dead. And it might be interesting to learn a little known fact, because it is said that Jesus died on the cross at 3 p.m. on Good Friday. And then he rose on the third day. And in the normal calendar, one ascribes a day to 24 hours. So it is somewhat counterintuitive that Sunday would be the third day after Friday. In most calendars, it would be the second day. But in the old Jewish tradition, a day was counted from 6 p.m. in the evening, so that 3 p.m. on Good Friday was in fact one day. The second day began at 6 p.m. on that same day, Good Friday, and went to 6 p.m. on Saturday, Holy Saturday. And the third day then began at 6 p.m. on Holy Saturday and took us into Easter Sunday. So Easter Sunday, using the Jewish tradition of counting days, is in fact the third day. And in this tradition, all of the glory of Jesus Christ is celebrated. His humanity is celebrated. His descent into hell, his victory over the devil, his sacrifice on the cross for the sins of mankind, all foretold and predicted in the Old Testament. And we Christians, Madam Speaker, those of us who are regular church goers, would attend a church service on Thursday and on Friday. For those of us who go to church on Friday, the church is kept in darkness. Sometimes, traditionally, the statues are covered up and so on. And then we would also attend church on Sunday to celebrate the glory of the resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ. It is a very, very important festival. It is the core of the Christian religion. And therefore, on my own behalf, and on behalf of the People's National Movement, and on behalf of the Government of Trinidad and Tobago, led by Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley, it is my distinct pleasure to give Easter greetings to all Christians and all citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, as we all will come together over the Easter period to celebrate the glory of the resurrection of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For point of prayer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this evening I rise on behalf of the opposition and also United National Congress, not only to offer greetings to the Christian community for the upcoming celebration of Easter, but also to congratulate those who have been undertaking the spiritual journey of the Holy Lenten season. While many see Easter as just 3 days culminating on Holy Thursday, when Jesus was captured, to Good Friday, when he was crucified, and then Easter Sunday, when he was resurrected, Easter in itself represents a journey.
On Sunday, a significant part of that journey is celebrated as we observe Palm Sunday, which marks the jubilant celebration of Jesus entering Jerusalem, where the people laid palms on the ground for him to ride on. Palm Sunday, which beckons the start of Holy Week, should symbolize the joy Christians have as they welcome Jesus into their hearts. As Holy Week progresses, it is a time when the Christian community must engage in its most critical form of introspection, where we ask ourselves, what is the meaning of Easter? What is the meaning of Jesus dying on the cross? That meaning is repeated so many times in what we call the Passion of Jesus Christ, from the moment he was arrested in the garden to when he was crucified on the cross. That meaning is selfless sacrifice and love. On Holy Thursday, as Jesus prayed in the Garden of Gethsemane, before he was arrested, he said to the Lord, "Father, if you are willing, remove this cup from me. Nevertheless, not my will be yours, be done." Jesus puts the salvation of humanity above his own fears. On Good Friday on the cross, as they crucified him, he said to the Lord, "Forgive them, for they know not what they do." Jesus puts the forgiveness of others above his own pain. Even more important, God himself chose to sacrifice his own Son, who resurrected on Easter Sunday to save the world. Therefore, Easter is a time which offers us Christians, as well as other faiths, an opportunity to welcome God into our hearts with joy, as was done when Jesus entered Jerusalem on Palm Sunday. Easter is a time for us all to follow the selfless sacrifice and love that Jesus demonstrated when fearful in the Garden of Gethsemane. He chose the salvation of humanity over his own being. Too many times we focus on the joy of welcoming God, but never focus on his demands of becoming humans that sacrifice for the benefit of others. Today, the message of selfless sacrifice and love must echo throughout every community, every home, and every heart, as we live in times when so many are broken. Life in the last 2 years has changed so rapidly, but as a people, it is time we change to meet these demands and move, and more so, save our fellow men. Families are broken by crime and poverty. Young people are broken by lack of opportunities. Many are broken by mental health. Others broken by the loss of loved ones. Easter teaches us that we must sacrifice selflessly and love selflessly to help rebuild the broken lives around us. As we offer Easter greetings to all throughout our nation, on behalf of the opposition leader and all opposition MPs, I urge us all to become selfless as we work towards a better nation. Happy Easter, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, Easter is one of the principal feasts of Christianity. It marks the resurrection of Jesus 3 days after his death by crucifixion. For many Christians, Christmas is the joyful end to the Lenten season of fasting and penitence. But the celebration of Easter carries a greater message, which is that of death, which was conquered, and mankind redeemed from sin. Honorable members, on another level, the commemoration of Easter symbolizes the corresponding duty we, as human beings, have to one another, that is, to sacrifice our individual riches, our wealth, our talents, for the benefit of others who are in a less advantageous position. In the present context of the global pandemic, we all ought to reflect on the personal sacrifice of those men and women who offer and continue to offer human service in the face of the unseen enemy, COVID-19. So, as we gradually revert to business as usual, let us resurrect ourselves from the anguish of the global pandemic and move forward cautiously, but yet with hopeful expectation, informed by the lessons garnered from the experiences of the last 2 years. Therefore, as Christ conquered death and rose again, so it is my hope our nation and the world triumphs over the adversity experienced as a result of the pandemic. On behalf of the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, on behalf of my family, and on my own behalf, I take this opportunity to wish you members and all of Trinidad and Tobago a very happy, holy, and safe Easter 2022. Honorable members, the question is that this House do now adjourn to Wednesday, the 20th day of April, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned to Wednesday, the 20th of April, 2022 at 1:30 p.m.